Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and this is not a normal recorded actual play. No, we are joining our friends over on the Dice Dragons Guild, normally Twitch stream. Today we weren't able to do it because our wonderful moderator is unfortunately sick, so we're compensating with a video on my channel. Make sure you all check out DGG and show them some love. I'll have their socials in the description down below. And all of these characters have been seen on missions before, just not necessarily on my channel yet. So let's hear from our fabulous players. Let's arbitrarily say, because this is how you show up on my screen, you go Lee, Garnet, Cat. Introduce yourselves, say how long you've been playing Enclave, give us a brief idea of who you'll be playing, and then we'll go into full detail on those characters. Fire away.
Sure. Hi, I'm Lee. You've probably seen me before. If not, I'm a raccoon in 2 trench coats. Today I'm going to be playing. I'm going to be playing Malai, who is a strange little creature who is a librarian, does weird things, talks weird. It's always fun. And I've been playing this game for 7 years, and now I work with Robbie on elements of design. Woo!
Lovely.
Brain.
Next.
I'm Garnet. I am going to be playing Claudette tonight. This will be my second mission. I'm very excited about it. Um, I am not normally here, but that's okay because these guys are great and you should definitely hang out with them.
Couldn't have said it better. It's awesome to have you back. And lastly,
It's me, Cheese Cat, otherwise known as Cheese Cat. I will be playing Justine tonight, and this will be my fourth time gracing the interwebs with her shenanigans.
and many more to come. We were just discussing how she's kind of a bridge considering how many consequential missions she has been on already and how many characters she's meeting. So, let's go into some more detail about those characters. Then I will give you all your mission statement. You guys give me some rather portentous focus words as we will discuss soon. But in the same order you introduce yourselves, tell us a bit more about your character. You don't have to go in enormous depth, but just enough so people can follow. Fire away.
Yeah. So yeah, again, I'm playing Malai. He is a tall, sort of 6'5", 6'6" height, very thin man. Incredibly pale, almost snow white skin, with almost a sort of matte finish kind of look to it. He has silver hair that is sort of parted down the middle and then sort of set into these two greased points that sit right above his shoulders. His eyes are a bright purple, and all across his body are these rings of sort of scarred and carved runes into his body, and they're all circling around his joints. Besides that, he is wearing a sort of mid to late Victorian sort of suit without the blazer, a nice sort of heavy green vest, tie, shirt, and then is lastly paired with this massive black fur cloak with this leather mantle across his chest, and from every angle of this cloak is just chains and sort of small rivets and the like on which are hung small keys. Malai is a librarian. Specifically, he is a hunter of secrets. He looked searching the deepest parts of the world for all sorts of new and old and forgotten things, with a strange, almost sort of lustful obsession for new knowledge. And he is not entirely human. He was created by a very talented mage.
Lovely. And next.
So I will be playing Claudette. She is a gunslinger. She's about 5'9". She keeps her hair in very tight cornrows. They're getting longer, every single day. They're about mid back now. She keeps the wooden beads at the end of them that surprisingly don't make much noise when she moves. Her duster is leather and it's got like corset in the back. Her bandolier is a corset. She's very stylish for someone who carries guns, which are hidden beneath the duster, which she only ever unbuttons like the bottom two buttons of her duster to just sort of show them off whenever necessary. Uh, she enjoys being part of the Enclave, but only so long as the pay stays good. She also carries silver sunglasses with purple lenses. They're just stylish. They don't do anything. She just enjoys them.
Lovely. We love it. And lastly, the now iconic Justine.
Justine Wyell is a woman of Arabic descent. So she's got medium brown skin, beautiful turquoise eyes. She's probably about, I don't know, 5'4". She's not very tall. Um, you'll find her dressed in belly dance attire, even though she's covered in jangly coins. She, just like Claudette, can move in silence when she wants to. And yeah, gorgeous, thick, black, curly hair. And she is a wanderer. So you never know what she's going to pull out of her skirt of many pockets.
Lovely. Justine is the one who has the largest mission track record of this group, by a reasonably decent margin, but they're all somewhat low level, so they'll be on relatively even playing field. From here, we are going to be moving on to your mission statement. You guys gave me some pretty specific focus words here. They did not discuss these in advance. I got, firstly, it still burns with his fury. Second, internal combustion. And third, blue furnace silhouette. Now, these words were very relevant because very recently on my channel, I put out an actual play that had a lot of plot elements which really fit with these focus words. And because of that, today's mission is going to be a follow-up to that mission. You're going to be going in to follow a storyline that was started by a different Enclave squad. And here's what that's going to look like. Once again, the mission statement, all the information I'm about to give you, you know in character, and you are able to, after I give the statement, ask me any questions you have. Those questions can come from in character or out of character, but you know the answers regardless. Make sense? Lovely. Okay, you are being sent to a large rest stop, like a highway rest stop, but not just any, like a huge one that's big enough to have a small movie theater in it. A meeting point where multiple different massive highways all converge to give people a moment to rest, give shipping trucks a moment to like offload their wares and transfer them to other routes and liners, and also happens to have a person of substantial interest. Some background, however. Recently, another Enclave squad was deployed to a nearby area, not super close, but in the same nation, the same corner of the multiverse, called Cromney Park, a small trailer park where a man named Gus, long the golden boy of the area, went on a rampage, with his inventions seeming to consume him as he became almost part man, part machine, and transformed a number of the other members of the trailer park into his minions before tyrannizing the rest. He was brought down by an Enclave squad. And it's not entirely known why he became the monster he became, when for so long he had been the protector and the champion of that community. Now, central to this story is a man named Mr. Pabbage. He was kind of the second most important person in this community. In many ways, Gus was his protege. Mr. Pabbage was an inventor, an old man at this point, with 7 adult daughters. He had been imprisoned by Gus and was rescued by the Enclave warriors at the end of that mission. But at this point, he is too weak to leave his home, and as such, he has sent his adult daughters out on a mission. Gus, for a long time, and Mr. Pabbage, had imported many of the materials they used for their inventions from abroad. Mr. Pabbage suspects that one of their suppliers was the reason that Gus was tainted. And when I say tainted, he was known for using this kind of like a mechanical, clunky suit powered by a powerful internal engine that he would use, that was outfitted with weapons, and he would use to protect the community against local cryptids and local authorities overstepping their boundaries into tyranny. When he was defeated and killed, it turned out that his body seemed to have been almost melded with this suit, with a maniacal fire at its heart powering him. Now, recovered from his dead body was a strange lump of metal that Mr. Pabbage found became warm sometimes, like a human hand. He thinks it's important, and as such, he's sent his daughters with it out following a name. The one name he found in Gus's records of a liaison he had to try to get more materials. A man named Ruck. R-U-C-K. Ruck would only ever meet with Gus at this location you guys are being sent to, this massive highway rest stop that is called Off Metal Depot. So, you guys are being sent there alongside some of the Pabbage girls and I say girls, they're adults, but that's what they're called, to try to find this man Ruck, figure out where he comes from, figure out if he knew he was sourcing something dangerous to Gus, and get as much other information about him as possible. If it turns out that he comes to blows, his death is acceptable as long as you get your information. Off Metal Depot is normally very heavily populated. At this moment, it's very late at night, and so there's a good number of people, but not that many, and a lot of people are out sleeping in their vehicles. So there could be a lot of people if there was a big disturbance. Ruck, the Enclave has detected, is traveling with a small entourage. The Enclave had determined that they are armed, and they will likely be dangerous, but do not want trouble. And so they will only probably come to blows if they really feel endangered. Ruck does not suspect that anyone is coming besides Gus and will clearly be looking out for Gus. You guys are going to be teleporting in to the parking lot alongside the three oldest Pabbage girls, that being Trixie, Nessa, and Lana. I don't quite remember how old all of your characters are precisely, but the Pabbage girls are in their early to mid 30s. The only things that you know about Ruck and his entourage are one, they are not from around here. They're from pretty decent ways away. And two, they will likely be identifiable by their dirty hands, especially their dirty fingertips, which will likely look as though they are greased in oil. You have until Ruck and his entourage leave. If you want to try to pursue them, you're welcome to, but they have a much more powerful vehicle than the Pabbage girls, and it will likely be very hard to follow them. You're going in at about 1 a.m. It's not known how long they will stay and wait around until they give up and go before meeting Gus. Questions?
Time of day.
1 a.m.
Right. Make sure. Weather.
Overcast. Other questions? Nice. That means it was a good statement.
Yeah. Comprehensive.
Excellent.
Hold on. Who
Yeah.
was it that had the oily fingertips?
That would be Ruck and his crew.
Okay. Good. That's where I wrote that note.
Of course.
I just want to make sure I put it in the right
Of
spot.
course. And I should note that Trixie, the oldest Pabbage girl, has that strange lump of metal that her father detected was being warm. They are calling it the pig ingot.
The pingot.
Pingot works. Any final questions?
This is just more of a one for me. In essence, to tell them apart, we've got Trixie. You said Nessa and Lana?
Yeah, Trixie, Nessa, and Lana are the oldest three Pabbages who you will be working with on this mission. They're
And
all...
like Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Do they all wear different colors? We can tell them apart.
You'll probably have to ask them about that. They do look rather different from each other, but not quite a Huey, Dewey, and Louie dynamic. Of note, the Pabbages are all very proficient mechanics. They really know their way around vehicles, and they're quite good with building things. But they don't really have much else in the way of social graces. They are from a small trailer park community who is notorious for really distrusting outsiders, and they hate leaving it. In that case, I say we proceed to assembly. You, as of now, are all in character, though, of course, you can exit character at any point to ask questions, narrate, that sort of thing. You are all congregating at Enclave HQ, as per always, in one of the beautifully decorated Enclave meeting rooms, which will have everything that you could need before the mission, but is only ever decorated in shades of gray. Unless we say otherwise, let's say that Malai and Claudette are the first two to show up, with Justine showing up a little later. Take it away, you two.
So, Malai will sort of stand very tall, very, very sort of like proper, as if this is a formal setting, and approach and say, "Well, it is a very good morning, I believe, to you, yes? Ah, your raiment. Familiar, yes? A pistolero or a sharpshooter, eh?
I'm Claudette.
Ah,
I guess I'm the muscle
right.
here.
Forgive me, I forget that the names exist sometimes. You may call me Malai.
No. Very nice. So I'm sure you've been briefed as per everyone else.
Oh, yes, yes. Quite a strange happening that these poor chaps have found themselves in now. Suffering and death, followed by confusion and strangeness, like a new person has walked into your home without you opening the door. We'll find out what this pig ingot is. I wonder why they call it a pig ingot. Do you have any thoughts?
I'm going to assume, having not seen it, that it looks like a pig. Probably like a
Ah,
snout of some kind.
I I initially assumed that it was shaped like a hoof, or perhaps had a greasy smell.
It's at this point that
All will
Justine
come to
enters
in
the
time.
room.
Dean is feeling loud today. So you hear her before you see her. Darling Claudette. Arms out
Well.
for a hug.
Oh, absolutely. Kiss on each cheek.
Mwah,
How
mwah.
have you
You
been?
are looking fabulous. I've been well. Yourself? Many missions in between? Lots of pay? Love the new glasses.
Thank you very much. It's yes, many and not enough and too many.
Hey, darling, I haven't seen you since my first mission. How have you been?
Well, wandering about, similar to you, though deeper and danker, and occasionally dark. But well, very well indeed. I see that you are still carrying monetary value across your waist. I will never understand that one, no matter how much I read.
It's for the sound and the reflection. It helps for the performances, of which I do regret that neither one of you were available to come and watch the competition. But I placed, and assuming that I make it out of this assignment alive, I'll be moving on to the finals for my double scimitar dance.
Congratulations. Lovely. Well, I will
Dangerous.
definitely have to make it to that.
Thank you. I worked so hard, and it was worth it. It really was. It was, I pulled off a move, a back bend, balancing both swords on my knees.
Starts taking notes.
Wow.
Yes,
Impressive.
that was my finisher, and thankfully, I no injuries to report. That would have been mm, impossible for me to make it for today, we'll say.
Well, you keep that up, I might be out of a job.
No, I could never.
I, while reminiscing is all quite well, I do believe a moment of planning might be a bit warranted. No, why, as much as I would love to walk straight up to these strange fellows and ask them where they found this pig ingot, I believe that will end with metal inside of me. So, who shall we try to engage with them directly? Subterfuge? Draw their attention in? or just sort of snatch and grab and hope we can torture the answers out of them.
Oh, I thought the sisters had the ingot.
Well,
Did I misread that?
yes, but where the ingot is, its state of origin, of course, what its genesis was, the reason that it befouled the poor people of. Pulls out a small book from his shirt pocket.
Cromney Park.
Cromney Park. Yes, Cromney Park. No. The poor sisters. No, they're quite wonderful little simpletons, I'm sure. But I'm more concerned with our quarry and his retinue.
Well, I find men are easily distracted.
As do I. It's amazing
And
how many weapons a woman can walk into a place with.
all you've got to do is smile pretty. No.
And have the space to put them, of course.
That's what
I'm happy
costuming's
to
for.
fly by the seat of my pants, as it were, but well, I would like to get a look at that ingot when I arrive, so I might be indisposed. Yes.
Well, we'll have that opportunity. We will be meeting with the sisters, I'm assuming, before we go hunting, as it were, for Ruck and his retinue. Now, I have heard that the sisters are quite mechanically adept. I am always in favor of a little sabotage. So, a little distraction, a little cover and sabotage, and maybe we can get them to decrease forces with some distraction and drawing away. So, those that are more. I look at Claudette. Violently capable can pick them off.
You did notice when you said go hunting, like a little shiver went down her spine, like she was just excited for this.
And it's at this moment that an Enclave attendant appears at the door and gently beckons for you to follow.
Ah, yes. No time to get my boar spear. I'll have to go that way. Wander down towards.
And as always, Justine just looks at the attendant and makes some kind of empty threat about sticking a face on him. But this time it's with stars. Going to give you stars for eyes and pretty heart-shaped lips.
And from here,
Is
you
that
are
really a
led
threat?
through Enclave HQ, with its infinite little doors and passageways, and its huge soaring ceilings with cathedral-like glass. Colored only in gray, but for the many warriors you pass by, brought through to the teleportation chamber, the now familiar voice, "Agents, please take your places atop the telepads." And unless you have any other comments to make, I assume you all do so.
Yep.
And from here, the familiar feeling of dissociation creeps up through your body from your toes up to your neck, hitting your eyes, and your vision explodes. And when it reforms, you are faced with a series of strange smells and sights. Cars and trucks everywhere. But not cars like you'd assume to see them here. The cars of this region are different designs. They tend to be wider, with 6 wheels rather than 4. And oftentimes the cab where people sit is a little further back. Just slightly off from what someone from a modern setting like ours in the real world would assume a car to look like. And again, quite a few larger hauling vehicles as well. Around you, you smell tobacco in the air, and you smell a lot of diesel fuel choking through the atmosphere, as well as the smell of greasy food. There's a good amount of noise. You hear radios playing from different vehicles and see a couple of lights on in a handful of people's cabs. You also can see like 1, 2, 3 aisles of the parking lot away from you, the sights of the flashing lights of the actual attractions here at the depot. It looks almost like a miniature mall, advertising fast food and cinema and a play area for children and a motel and all sorts of other amenities. But for the most part, all you see is cars and darkness. interspersed only by the light of blinking headlights, screens, and the depot itself. Immediate actions upon arrival. We will begin with Claudette.
That is gonna try to shake off the feeling from the transport pad because she
Yeah.
hates it. And then she's going to look around for where they were supposed to rendezvous with the Pavage sisters, but also sort of like keeping an eye. I was like, there's lots of noise and just people everywhere, so it's hard for her to kind of catch her bearings.
Yep.
To keep an eye out for like what is normal for this place versus what could be dangerous for this place, because
Absolutely.
she wants to keep her team members alive.
So as she looks around, a couple of things immediately coming to her eyes. If you've ever been at like an airport parking lot that's for like a really big airport, it's kind of like that. Even though it's super late at night and there's plenty of people who are just sticking in their own vehicles, there's still people walking around and chatting, and there's radios playing. It's very stimulating, right? But a quick glance around like shows a couple of things to you. First of all, you notice that there aren't a couple kind of new vehicles coming in and out of the plaza. It seems to mostly be contained to the ones that are in here. Second of all, you can see that at either end of the plaza, there is an exit, like a primary exit that then leads to a various maze of off-ramps leading to all the different highways. And at each side, there do seem to be the flashing multicolored lights of emergency vehicles. They're not blaring sirens, they're not moving, they're just kind of holding position on either side. Thirdly, you see, less than like an underhanded toss away from you, 3 women sharing a can of chewing tobacco leaning up against an absolute clunker of a vehicle that looks to be more rust than actual paint.
I'm just gonna assume that's them. She doesn't point, but she just sort of lazily like nods. Just like her sort of points with her head, just like I'm gonna assume that's them. Oh, over there.
Oh my, they are rustic.
Immediate actions from Justine before we go to Malai.
Well, she coughs from all the pollution because
Indeed.
that's gross. And rest stops just are generally dusty anyways.
Quite.
Yeah, just a quick scan, see if there's any other people, and then her subsequent reaction to Claudette is to look in that
Absolutely.
direction that she kind of nods.
Her little scan wouldn't notice the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles because they're quite far away and not drawing much attention to themselves. It's more caught by the obvious, like, bright lights of the plaza itself, as well as there's a couple of people close by who are doing things. You see that there's a young couple in a vehicle nearby with their feet sticking out of a window, listening to the radio with a blanket over. You see that a little ways away, a very heavy-set man is coming down off of a massive rig with a large stack of lumber over one shoulder. A little further away from that, you see another kind of harried-looking young woman with literally 10 small dogs on a leash, leading them out and saying, "Please, no, just stay here, as she's trying to lead them through the parking lot. And then a little further away than that, you see that there are another pair of men who are talking to each other with like small handkerchiefs over their mouths, clearly to try to protect themselves from from having their lips read. They're both wearing very formal suits and gloves on, and definitely don't look like the type with oily fingers. So there's a lot of people jumping out to Justine's eyes, even in the same way that there were many lights and noises and potential threats jumping to Claudette's eyes. Any quick follow-ups from her before Malai?
No.
Absolutely. Malai, immediate actions.
He's going to look to his allies as they take in the sights and the smells, and say, "Well, I believe a bit of cavorting is of good ado here," and is going to beeline for the sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Just lock eyes, move.
Malai power walks over. Will the other two follow?
Yeah. There's
Keep an
just
eye
like
on those gloved. Oh, go for it.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, I feel like we need to get to them first before he says something that makes them upset and they try to take him apart.
Yeah.
Are you going to trot after, or are you trying to get ahead of him?
I'm gonna try to get ahead of him, but he is so much taller than
He
me.
also has a
Like,
plus to
I'm
vigor.
I also
tall,
have
but
a plus to vigor
He
and
is
am
fast.
strangely fast.
He is a zoomy boy.
there's no way. But like, I'm not gonna run after him. It's just gonna be like, well, he's about to seal his own fate. We're gonna see what happens.
Yep. And will Justine follow as well?
Yeah, and she wants to keep an eye on those guys with gloves.
Sure.
Just, they seem up to something and fancy.
Totally. And Malai,
Fancy
Never
people up to
trust
something.
gloves. Never trust gloves.
Nope.
as you approach, presumably the Pabbage girls, you see that they all three fix you with an almost identical look, which is one eyebrow slightly cocked, their jaw set, and their head slightly tilted to one side. All of them have their legs kicked up against the vehicle at the same angle, even though all of them, their features and their outfits look quite different. They just kind of stare at you silently, chewing on their tobacco.
Who's holding the chew?
That would be the one on your furthest left. She's tall and has frizzy hair that goes down to her waist.
Yeah, well, I will just go and stand right in front of all three.
Yep.
And a fine smoggy day to you, fair maidens. I hear that you called for assistance recently. I'm here to help. Where's the rock?
They look at you for a moment, and then one says, "Slow down there. Keep running your mouth, you might find you run out of oil."
I like that turn. My apologies. You may call me Lie. I do not wish to waste your time.
You see that the one next to the one that you first spoke to, this is the point at which your teammates catch up. The one next to the one who first spoke says, "Dunno. No idea where he is. Gotta be around here somewhere, though. We were waiting for you all before we go inside."
My deepest apologies. No, the small thing that you had extracted from the fool who tried to enslave you all.
And then the third one says, "Ah, the pig ingot. Yeah, I got it."
Yes.
She reaches into a huge, oversized apron at the front of her outfit and pulls out a small, nondescript lump of slag. She holds it up so that the three of you can see. She says, "Pa says it's important."
Ooh. Do you mind? I would very much like to examine. Perhaps it will tell us more about those who provided it.
The three of you see that she casts an eye to her sisters, who cast an eye back. There seems to be nonverbal information transmitted, even though not a single facial muscle moves on any of them. For she says, "Sure," and tosses it to Malai. This is actually relevant skill stat.
Oh, regular.
Fumbly fumble. There we go. Malai will immediately feel that it is not sharp, but it is bumpy and noduled. It's also quite heavy. Feels like even though it's only about the size of your palm, it weighs at least 10 pounds. Immediate actions from Claudette upon catching up and witnessing the tail end of this interaction.
Just immediately, glad that he didn't say anything to offend them to the point of them trying to, cause harm because we have a job to do. She will kind of glance back to see how far away Justine is.
Justine is just a
kind
few
of
paces
having
behind.
awareness. Yeah, just awareness of everyone, and
Indeed.
then will introduce herself. Howdy. My name is Claudette. Appears you've met my associate already.
Yeah.
Would you happen to have gotten eyes on the target yet?
No. This is the point where Justine catches up.
Hello, darlings. Justine Wyell. May I have your names, please?
The
I would
second
like to
one
know
in-
who I'm addressing.
The one in the middle says, "Don't one of you even talk normal?"
Well, normal is as normal does. in one's home environment. No, I'm not in my home environment, so no, it would not be normal to you.
Sent us a feller talk normal last time. The third one in the line says, "Well, we don't know where he is, but we know he's here. Or I mean, he's probably here because he had a meeting with Gus coming up today now, and so he's here until he gets bored and leaves, or gives up and leaves, unless he missed the meeting, in which case we all fucked, I suppose."
Do you know what his vehicle looks like?
Another one says, and the first one, the first one from the left, the one with the very long frizzy hair, says, "Nah, he's Fern. I don't know nothing about Fern cars."
Okay.
What makes a fern so distinct?
She says,
Not,
I know it when I seen it."
not a fern, dear. Foreign. Foreign.
There will be like a moment of and then you see like a very mechanical sort of like facial movement as Malai starts like putting his jaw in just a different place from where it normally is. Pardon me, I'm not used to your dialect, but I'm sure that I will get it very soon. Yeah, a moment. I'm gonna start digging around in my book bag.
You see that the one with the long frizzy hair, like actually leans out from the car, faces down towards Malai as he's leaning down, and says, "You need anything tattened there, fella?"
I'm not quite sure. Do I?
She says, "You tell me if you do, all right?" And then she takes like a step to the side before casting her eyes towards Justine and then towards Claudette, and then kind of pointedly rolling her eyes over and looking at Malai, and then looking back to you with like a...
Your guess would be as good as ours, dear. Unfortunately, I do not believe we have the time to ask those sorts of questions that are quite personal. We have a job to do.
The middle one, who, if her sister has that very long frizzy hair, this middle one, her hair is put up into a very, very tight bun that's kept under a hairnet. She's also wearing overalls with very oversized buttons on them, and again has an apron on over that as well. And she says, "Well, in terms of what a foreign vehicle would look like, hard to tell, because don't know what it is till we've seen it, right? But," she points over her shoulder, "ours, and all them's is," pointing out towards like all the nearby vehicles, "them's all local. Recognize that. None of them. There's always a chance they put it up into," and she points like very far away, like presumably looking past the central plaza, "into one of the private garages. Maybe it's there. If so, wouldn't be able to see it just by moseying around. Like, I don't recognize the name. Ruck not something people around where we from called. And his handwriting, I mean, wrote like chicken shit. He did not write pretty. Other than that, don't know. His mail was being routed through a middleman courier, and so we don't know where he's from. Because of that, that's all we got to go off of. That's why we was waiting on you."
Character
Enough-ish to
question.
go off.
Yeah.
If the wide six-wheeled, three-axled cars are considered local, but they can't describe what a foreign car looks like, just that it doesn't look like theirs.
Or it could be that there's a couple of different types of foreign car, and they're not sure which type.
Okay. Then around us, yeah, I'll go back into character, and Justine wants to look for cars that look different than
Sure.
theirs.
At a quick glance around, you don't see any that don't fit the local style, besiding the big rigs, which have like similar like pieces to them that make them look recognizable, right? Does either Justine or Claudette have follow-ups at this point?
What kind of car are the fancy guys who are avoiding lip reading?
Yeah.
What are they standing by?
You see they're actually standing, they don't seem to be standing near any car in particular, but when you look over and try to find them, you can see that they're actually marching back over towards what is undeniably a stretch limousine in the local style.
Ooh.
Any follow-up actions from Claudette?
Claudette is at a loss. I think it's been a while since she's had an interaction with someone who has had so little information for her.
Indeed.
She's just like, I don't know where to go. I don't know who to point my gun at. And that's very frustrating.
Yes, especially with such surly individuals as these. Malai, actions from you.
Yeah, so the locals have cryptids. They have strange critters and spooks and all sorts
Yep.
of like odd odd entities. I would like to pull out, if there is, I'd like to root in my book bag, see if I can extract a uh some sort of glossary or encyclopedia concerning documented ones.
Absolutely. Pulling out a documented list of local cryptids. You see that the cover bears a strange goblin-looking creature with huge eyes, a huge tongue down to the ground, and a pyramid-shaped head. As soon as the girls see it, you can see that all of them kind of lean away from it, looking like, ugh. One of them immediately knocks on the top of her car hood, like she was knocking on wood. And another one says, "Put that shit away." And the last one says, "God," and kind of goes around the side of the car and spits her tobacco out as she does so.
Paying them utterly no mind.
I had a feeling.
Because they're gonna have their superstitions. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm here to help them, not to tell them that everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how it is organized, but I do have my fancy schmancy spectacles, and I would like to read through, and I'd like to find entities that possess, entities that are based in fire and metal. Were we given a rough briefing of the vagueness of what happened on the prior mission?
Yes.
Okay, so then I will definitely look for, semi-parasitic relationship-y things that are not certainly strong by themselves, but are strong with other things. So I'm gonna be doing a little does this check a box? Does that check a
Totally.
box? Does that check a box? And I will sit on this for a minute.
Absolutely.
This will give me time. If it's okay, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom.
You got it. As Malai pulls out this book and the three women all shy away from it, any follow-up actions from Justine or Claudette, whether that be to stay or to leave? Malai is reading.
Justine's gonna whisper over to Claudette. I think I recognize one of those gentlemen over there. And she just lowly points, not like, hey, over there, but
Indeed.
over there. I'm going to attempt to get his attention and see if it is who I think it is.
You want backup, or is this a social call?
We'll see. He might know what I'm looking for, or we might know who we're looking for if it is who I think it is. And I did leave him on good terms. I mean, we only dated briefly after, well, he was a fan. As far as I know, he still is.
Everyone should be. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. I'll be back as soon as I can. And Justine starts to go after the fancy man that she thinks she recognizes. And once she gets kind of within earshot of him, she'll make 3 low yips.
Yep.
Kind of like coyote yips that he should be familiar with. And yes, this is me trying to use a new ability. Familiar face.
Now, first of all, who is this and what was your pre-existing relationship?
So this would be Maxime Avalia. And he was one of her former lovers. They met at a gala where she was performing to fundraise for orphan children.
Mhm.
And um, he pursued her for like months and she just kind of blew him off, but finally gave him a chance. And they ended their relationship amicably because she wanted to continue, and she still does, to tour the world performing and not just be a pretty little bird in a cage, which is what he proposed when he proposed marriage. And she said, no, this body needs to be seen by everybody.
You can see that he turns around for a moment, and as he does so, he looks over. He's wearing glasses, or black glasses, so it's hard to see his expression, but you see that he freezes for a moment, and then brings his hand up and says something to the compatriot that he was with. You can see that he's wearing very different attire than the last time you saw him. His hair is slicked back, and he's wearing something that could be called a suit, but it has something of a like a low muted burgundy color to it. And he's also wearing slightly high-heeled shoes. You can see that after he whispers over, he looks towards you and starts to kind of walk slowly around the nearest car before walking more quickly as he approaches. Before we go further with that, Claudette, actions from you. You obviously can have eyes on Justine pretty easily, and you can see that two of the Pabbage girls have gotten into the car, trying to get away from Malai and his book. And the third one, the one with the long frizzy hair, who's still kind of like trying to put you between her and Malai, says, in a much lower voice than she has said thus far, "What the shit is wrong with that thing?"
Values intelligence and scholarly knowledge. He likes learning.
Well, I'm just going to tell you right now that she points to the book, that's going to bring you nothing but problems.
Really? Explain.
Oh yeah. Around here, things that go bump in the night are probably gonna go more than bump. That's all I'm trying to say. That's one of the reasons that back home at the park, that's why Gus was such a godsend to us. Because Gus, with his weapons and his tools, he was able to fight him off.
So it's specifically this book that's bothering you.
She says, "Yeah, of course it is. Look at what's on the front."
Oh, darling, I've killed much bigger and much scarier things than that.
Well, you haven't seen it yet. She gives herself a little superstitious shake and then again raps with her knuckles harshly on the hood of her car. Dum dum.
Well, we will protect you from those things that go bump in the night. I'm quite adept. And she will unbutton her two the buttons on her thing to show off her pistols. I am quite adept at taking things down that need to be taken down.
Her eyebrows go up. She goes, "Yeah, that'll do it." She says, "How'd you get it?" "Oh, of course, you wouldn't have to get it past the authorities. You're coming in from whatever weird place you're coming in from." She points to the she points to the each entrance, and she says, "We got a couple of them down there. A couple of bills on that side, a couple of bills on that side. I'll tell you though, probably wouldn't be too expensive to make them look the other way."
Oh no, dear. Money never comes out of this person without very good reason. Bribing the bobbies is not one of them. No worries. And she will button her coat back up.
Suit
No one ever
yourself.
notices them.
I mean, Pa really believes in the folk yous come from, so may as well be believing it too. She casts a doubtful look over your shoulder towards Malai.
We'll get everything taken care of. But if it makes you feel better, Malai, the sisters are quite uncomfortable with your current reading material.
Well, this would make
Do
a
you
great deal of
mind?
sense, given that these creatures are quite real. Seems that one of them probably possessed their old friend and turned them against them.
No, wasn't that.
Yes.
She says it very clearly and very confidently. No. That was the first thing we thought of, but nothing checks out.
Perhaps.
Please. What happened? We read our dossier, but eyewitness.
She says, I've known Gus since he was born. And I'll tell you, he changed completely about 2 months before we had to put him down. And it was like something switched in him. He was such a good kid. He was such a good, kind guy. And then he just became a fucker overnight. Right? Cold as ice. But, with that fire in him. Can't really explain it. I mean, emotions don't have to be literal, I guess. She says, but I know my creeps, and she points to the book, back and front. Not a single one is anything like what happened to him. And Malai, having read through it, this checks out. There are a couple of things that do kind of possession-y things. There are a couple of things that do kind of fiery things. Nothing that comes even close to both. And the fiery things are very rare. For example, there's something that eats burning coals, right? But it doesn't produce fire. There's another thing that makes things look like they're catching fire when they're not, but it doesn't actually produce fire. In fact, in the book, it's shown that one of the things that the local creeps, as she called them, are most scared of is fire, which is one of the reasons, presumably, Gus was so successful, because he did use fire as a weapon up until he seemed to have been possessed by it.
Yeah. I will, as I'm sort of like one eye up, the other carefully like a little bit like scooted down to finishing. At this point, I will close the book and I will gently put it back in the bag, and I'll say, well, there's a great deal of truth to your story, but I'm not of your land. I don't know these creatures. And I like having all the knowledge before I make a choice. If these people did bring whatever brought, Gus to the beck and call of something strange, then there's no way that we can be sure that they aren't able to do it again. And for all I know, they use something local.
She gives a shiver and says, fine. Well, at least do me a favor and brush some heat, would you? And she points to the hood of the car.
Hey, hi intelligence. Am I supposed to give it a rapid
Yeah,
tap?
probably.
I will.
Donk, donk, donk. The hood of this car is still warm from where their engine was recently on.
Oh, I understand now. I'm going to, given your proclivity not to indulge upon my, peculiarities, I'm going to find a nice little corner where I can sit down.
She says,
and I look for a corner where I can sit down.
There's a food court inside.
I'm quite hungry. Thank you. And which one was this?
This was the one with the long hair. She's been speaking most, and it seems reasonable to guess that she's the oldest, Trixie.
So yeah, I was like, thank you, Trixie. I appreciate it. And I will.
Yeah.
I will start heading over to the food court.
After Malai gets out of earshot, she says almost like, not even necessarily directing at Claudette, but she says, I feel like I need a shower after talking to him.
Certain creatures and people give off that vibe.
Yeah, well, if he hadn't acted all surprised to learn about creeps, I would have guessed he was one, is all I'm saying.
I understand. It's difficult when everything you know has been torn from you and new things pop up.
Well, not everything. We got Pa back, and that's something.
I'm very fortunate. I am grateful for that. I should probably go collect my other compatriot and let her know that Balai has decided to snack.
Yeah.
Don't
Trick-
go too far.
No, we'll hang about here, and if you need us, you come get us, and we'll be ready to go. All right, we're not gonna doze off or nothing.
All right. Well, we may need you to. I know you don't know much about foreign cars, but I'm sure you know plenty about taking things apart.
Oh hell yeah!
Wonderful.
I can take a foreign car apart. I just couldn't necessarily tell you, like the fucking ass end of its production queue or some shit like that.
Oh no. At this point, I think we're just going to need you to take it apart so it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, fuck yeah. What do you say? She says over her shoulder to the other two in the car. And you hear grunts of acknowledgement from inside. She goes, "Yeah, we'll take apart any damn car you want." She kicks open the door and steps inside to put the seat back into a reclining position.
Fantastic. I am going to. I don't want to interrupt whatever is happening with Justine and her gentleman friend, but I
Tactfully
do
approach,
want to get
perhaps?
close enough.
Yes.
I just want to get close enough the way she knows that, hey, we need to move things along a little bit.
Yeah. Justine, he's walking quicker, and the two of you are only about 2 car lengths apart at this point.
A stage whisper. Maxime, is that you, darling?
And you hear him say, "It is you. I cannot believe it."
Oh, come embrace me. I've missed you so.
He takes a step backwards and says, "I know you too well to believe that."
Please. Just because I value my profession over marriage
No,
and being
no,
a
no.
bird in a gilded
I am.
cage.
He says, "Justine, I was not implying that. I am saying that you come to me mourning and beautiful, and I do not trust you. That's all I am saying."
I'm sorry that I hurt you.
He's not hurt. There is nothing hurt about. Do not look at me that way.
Mm.
There is nothing hurt. I am simply being cordial. You understand?
Cold is more like it.
Not cold. For it has been many long time. For all I
It
know, you
has.
are completely different person.
The same could be said, and I'm hoping that it's not true.
Well, at the very least, I am no longer a boy. Let us put it that way, shall we?
Well, congratulations. I like to think I had a hand in that.
You certainly did, and because of that, as a man, I keep close my heart. You understand?
I do. And this isn't a romantic revisit. I actually need to talk business.
Thank God. You may speak it then.
But still, no hug for an old friend?
He takes off his gloves and puts them in his front pocket.
Going for my hug. And I pinch his butt.
You're
It's still nice and taut, just the way I like it. So,
He looks over his shoulder.
darling,
Yes, Justine.
of all the places to see you, I never would have thought it would have been here.
I know. It's
And
very
looking-
strange.
Looking like you're up to something.
Possibly. I have same work as when you last knew me. He says, this client is not. This client is not quite as warm as the one I had before. I need to be more more on my guard around them. You understand?
Huh? I do, indeed.
Yeah, I need to be more formal, professional, and as such, I cannot talk long. I believe that he will be wanting to go inside soon, use the facilities, and all of that.
Oh, well, who knows about facilities? I'm all taken care of. Thank you for your concern. No, darling, I'm actually here on a mission. I've taken up a side job just for fun. Do you know anything about greasy fingered importers?
Oh, a skyver.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
skyver. You're
this
looking for a skyver? What do you want with one of them?
that is my business. And as you are on yours, and I'm not asking you any questions about that, I'd appreciate the same respect. But have you ever
Very
heard
well.
the name Ruck?
Rock? No, but that sounds like a skyver name.
Hmm. Are they known for hiding in plain sight?
No. You could not miss them. They're filthy, disgusting. They bathe in oil, I'll have you know.
Oh, so I should be able to smell them, is what you're saying.
More than. And
Ugh.
no taste. But word on the street is that they're from a destroyed city, right? And they think they can still, live good life, not just move to a better place, right?
Huh. Well, I mean, there is something about having pride in
Oh,
where you come from
I
and trying to
understand
rebuild,
that, of
but
course, but they don't even try to rebuild the damn thing. At least not judging by the fact they get their nasty little fingers all over everywhere they go. If they rebuilt it, why do they still bathe in diesel? Disgusting.
I would concur. I mean, you know how I feel about bathing. We
Yes.
really should catch up.
He turns on, once the old bastard is contented, then we can catch up, right?
We. You do know how to get in touch with me still.
I would be shocked if you are still using the same method of communication.
Still know people in my periphery circle.
How about
But
this? If I have a free moment, I will come find you.
I would enjoy that immensely.
Would you really? This is the
I
point at
would.
which Claudette can hear what they are saying. He says, I'm not sure I believe you, and yet I am too foolish to not try.
Oh. Do you still have a taste for brandy?
No, I swore off it.
Oh. Well,
That's another thing that you did for me, and for this one I thank you.
quite welcome. You were a little bit of a sloppy drunk. Now, these
I did not ask for
Skywers...
editorializing.
Touche. Darling, if I were looking for the Skywers, where might I start searching?
Well, if there is any in yon funhouse, then any janitor would tell you.
Oh. Mon amour,
Don't you?
I still hold you in my heart every night.
I'm sure you do. Are you cold?
And this has been beautiful. Find me later. And she turns over her right shoulder, looks back over her left, blows him a kiss, and gives her hips a little extra sway.
He says, I'll take that to mean you are not cold. I will see you later, Justine. I hope. He turns on his heel and trots back over towards the limousine. Justine saw Claudette when she turned and can catch Claudette up as the two of them are presumably making their way following Malai, who is on his way into the big entrance to the plaza shopping area.
Malai was feeling a bit peckish. The Povich girls are waiting in their truck for whenever we need them to do what they do best. And who was that handsome fellow?
One of my early loves. Still a little bruised. I hope to make it. I hope to make it up to him. Mm. We were young. He wanted me to be a stay-at-home wife.
Ew.
Exactly. It's just it would not have worked out. But who knows? Now that we've both gotten older and have grown and matured and had a chance to see and experience all of the different worlds. 'Cause I never would have thought to find him here. He's not from
Yeah.
here.
Well, much like
Um,
us, he does stick out.
yes. Um, even back home, he's stuck out. In any case, he suggests that we find a janitor.
Oh, looks like we're currently heading to the food court, and maybe we can find one inside.
Let
And as the
And I
two of
will
you,
link arms with her, and we will walk as I listen to her tell me about this man that she just randomly ran into.
perfect. And as you do so, Malai, you make it to the food court well ahead of them. And you can see that there are a number of gaudily advertised fast food stands set up. Now, I should note, there's much about this place that might have a modern feel to it, you know, food court and all these things. But in terms of overall technology level, this place is distinctly 1940s or 30s, right? They don't have a lot of electricity, and that which they do is mostly for things like lights. And so, because of that, when you come in, it's a bustle of noise. There's a good amount of music. There's a couple of different jukeboxes that are playing at different locations that whose songs all kind of awkwardly clash in the middle. The signs are in that tacky, blocky style that you might associate with early 20th century advertisement. You can see that the staff here are all neatly dressed up, despite being at a highway rest stop, and all have little outfits that correspond to what restaurant they are working at.
That's very cute.
Indeed, it's
It is
cute,
very cute.
but also like, and the staff themselves are well put together, but it's also a rest stop, and it's fucking disgusting here. So it runs the gambit between those two elements. So as you march your way in, the food court has again about 5 restaurants and maybe a grand total of 35 patrons that are sitting down at various tables scattered across it. There's one big hallway leading rightish, one big hallway leading leftish, a bathroom sign that also spells out bathroom for, because I don't know if Malai would recognize the symbol, and also a staircase that leads up. There's signs everywhere, there's lights everywhere, there's jukeboxes playing, and there's an intercom where, in classic like Port Authority form, the guy on it sounds like he is chewing on marbles and cannot pronounce a single word. What would you like to do?
So as I walk in, I'm going to just sort of I'm going to be massaging the pig ingot in my hand.
Yeah. And the moment you
And
step inside, you notice 2 things. One, you feel it warm, and 2, you feel it change shape to fit your hand.
all right, as I'm doing that, what I'd like to do is holding it in my right hand, which is where I'm wearing my ring, which is my scanner. I would like to sort of treat it like silly putty
Yeah.
as I roll it sort of like like the old ink presses when they're like making ink and
Yeah.
from they have like the big one there before it's nice and soft and before it becomes the liquid, that more like solid ink. Effectively ink press it into the ring, and I would like to start cataloging it.
Ooh.
Just the area that I'm cataloging is just my hand.
Okay.
And
That's
I'm
very
using the
interesting.
scanner to sort of hone myself in. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this as sort of like a mask for just like I'm thinking about what I want to eat, and I'm massaging my hand.
Okay. And so this is going to obviously be a very small catalog. You don't need to do the sorting
Yes.
thing that you normally do with catalog. You're just trying to get information. Is that roughly correct?
Yeah, but with the sorting, for what it's worth, if it's moving to the shape of my hand, I would like to if it sort of compresses, I would like to I would like to thin it out and spread it as evenly as I can with this motion.
Okay. Yeah, I'm all right with that. So in that case, you have you turn into a little disc. It responds very naturally to catalog, I should note. And as you do so, catalog obviously gets a bit of information about it. Not a ton, I should note. Less than it normally would. But it does give you a bit. Scanner, for the record, picks up vital signs.
Oh, that's awesome! Yes. All right. So as I am sort of squishing it down, I'm going to sort of whisper to it a little bit under my breath and just say, "What is it that's keeping you going, eh?" So it has vital signs. Does it have either an arcane or a biologic sort of like system to keep it up? Like, especially like looking it over, feeling it out in my hand, what is keeping it alive?
Yep. And as you check with your catalog record that you have stored, the best thing that you can come to, it's not something that translates super well, and it's something that catalog's a little fuzzy on, but it feels like it was dormant until it got warm.
Oh, okay. So this was given. All right, conjecture time. Feeling this out, Malai believes that this was given to Gus or given to somebody in just a lump of fuel. It was given as an element of fuel. When it hit a furnace, it became alive. Whatever this thing is, it is still variable. It is still a danger. And I do not want to put it in fire unless I really need something to die.
Sounds like a great working theory.
All right.
I shan't confirm more than say that seems very logical. Upon
This is
entering the
totally
food cart,
fine.
where would Malai like to go while he is doing this with his hands?
So it's yeah. I'll just the place that's I'd like to do sort of like a circle around the room and just whatever smells the best.
Oh, geez, what would smell the best to Malai? Okay.
Curry.
Smart. I think that's actually very accurate. Malai is drawn to the most spiced thing that there is here, which in this case would be a little restaurant that describes itself as Cactus Dance.
What?
And
Okay.
Cactus Dance has a little mascot, which is a little dancing cactus guy that has a little bobblehead at the front of the thing, like an oversized bobblehead that just kind of bounces back and forth. And it specializes in heavily spiced dishes that are tended to be just like massive ingredients mixed together, chuck it in a pot, throw in spices, boil it, and eat it. Not bad, but samey.
Do they have something like tea on the menu?
They do have various spiced drinks.
Anything that uses either fresh or dried herbs that I could effectively do sort of like a pseudo tea leaf reading with.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. Let me think about that. Yes, you would see that there is one that says coarse spiced spiked milk.
All right. Check my pockets and realize I'm not from here. Consider the money. I'm gonna pause for a second and I'm gonna reach into my book bag. And as I do, I'm gonna do an incredibly weak knowledge is power.
Yeah.
I would like to pull out a pull out a small book on like quick trick pickpocketing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guess what I'd like it to do?
I have a feeling that I know what you want it to do.
Yeah, I would like to gain a mild sort of arcane pseudo-kinetic proficiency in the lovely arts.
Indeed.
I want to go steal some poor soul's money.
Are you going for the nearest person, the easiest person, or the richest person?
I'm going to go into a crowd.
Yeah. Well, again, it's about 35 people here. The biggest crowd you'd find would be like a table of 8 truck drivers.
Yeah, that'll one of them will probably have like wallet in back pocket. We
Indeed.
know truckers.
And as you do so,
And I'll just
Yep.
just like a
I'll
just
avoid
a
the
very
plumber's
swift
crack, and you
filch.
have it. Yeah, easy as pie.
Perfect. Then I'm gonna go get myself the milk.
Yep.
And also something nice, something else, something yummy.
As you go up to the counter, a small girl with a little like set of cactus earrings says, "Hello, how can I help you?"
And if I could have, and what was that? The hot something milk.
Yeah, hot spiked milk.
There we go. The spiked milk. Ah, yes, one of the hot spiked milk, please, and whatever you would best recommend as in a sort of middle of the ground entree.
Okay, she says, looking unnerved, and says, "Be right with you." And she pops back around the counter. After another moment, she says, does corn hash sound nice?"
That sounds lovely, thank you.
"You're welcome." And she pops out of sight again. Now, as Malai...
I wait.
As Malai waits, he would see Claudette and Justine enter the food court.
I will not make any degree of action to bring attention towards myself or them.
Indeed. And not long after they enter, she comes back out. And she already has food. It was very quickly acquired. She says, "Here you
nice.
go," and she puts it down and like puts it on a little like one of those little food court trays, slides it across, and she says, "You can just leave the money on the counter."
I will carefully put down a little bit more than is necessary.
She says, "Thank you, sir. Have a good meal." And she like takes it with her arm as far away as possible, like slides it to herself, and then slinks back behind the counter again.
As she's doing this, I'm just keeping dead eye contact.
Yes, I know you are. And with food and drink in hand, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna go find somewhere kind of secluded.
Yep. Find a column or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And just gonna eat a little bit as I pull out.
Malai eating just like feels uncanny to me. I don't even have to have it described, and it's like already kind of weird. You're pulling things out, yes.
Yeah, gonna open my book bag again, and this time I am going to pull out a list of foreign nations.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know this place enough, and if they're certain this thing isn't from here, once we find the people, it'll be easier to pinpoint who they are. But I gotta know who these people are first.
Totally. Before we go further, then let's jump back over to the two ladies. As Claudette and Justine enter into the food court, any actions they would like to take?
Definitely gonna do a quick scan of the room and find any additional exits.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And then just kind of take in, like, I want to do a head count to see how many people are actually in here that I can see.
Absolutely. Restaurant patrons, 35. Restaurant staff, easier to count because they're all wearing costumes, 11. And then other miscellaneous people walking through, or perhaps are more part of the plaza, the organization here overall, add another 8 onto that. In terms of other exits, you have stairs going up, you have left exit, you have right exit, both in terms of like hallways leading to other parts of the mall-like plaza here. And then you have a lot of big windows if you need to make a quick getaway, and that lead onto ground floor if you need to make a quick getaway and the door is blocked or something.
Okay. And then do any of these people look like they may be who we are looking for, or who we're looking for?
You do not see any greasy fingers, nor do you see anyone whose attire would immediately scream that they have them. Beyond just like people who are, on the road a long ass time. There's plenty of people who are dirty, who have like been sweating a lot, right? But you don't see anyone who's like dripping with oil.
Okay.
Any other follow-ups, or shall we hear from Justine?
I think that was my big thing, was getting a head count.
Absolutely.
In case I do have to start shooting. I want to actively avoid shooting innocent civilians.
Indeed.
Plus, it's just nice to know how many people are in here and anybody who may or may, who might look out of place, but it's just tired people and workers, and then a very scared girl behind a counter who's
Indeed.
very glad that Malai is away from her now.
And actions from Justine.
Scan for Malai.
Yeah, easily
And
spotted. He is bringing food over to a secluded corner.
perfect. And also see if I see any like janitors or evidence that the
Yep.
janitors are getting ready to do a sweep, like maybe their carts are out and they're like loading up from a janitor's closet. Cause I know like one of the malls that I went to a lot when I was a kid, the janitor supply room was just off of the food court hallway.
Yeah. You see that there is a janitor's cart not too far away, and there is also someone who is clearly like uniformed but isn't wearing a uniform for one of the restaurants here, who looks like they are currently refilling a gumball machine and extracting coins from it.
Hey, I'm gonna keep an eye on them
Yeah.
while I go over to the table with, I'm assuming Claudette's walking over to Malai as well.
Yeah. Malai would notice the two as they approach. He is currently uncannily eating. Any other actions he'd like to take as they approach? Oh, you're muted.
Bulger. I have the thing. Other than a little bit of light reading on the other nations nearby, he is going to be sort of out loud, just sort of spewing a bit of conjecture. Just think, yeah, somebody put this here deliberately to sabotage trailer park. They must have had a goal, unless it was an accident. What strategic value does this place hold? Unless they were just looking for a way to get this holds in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, out somewhere away as an experiment.
This would
I'm
be the
gonna
point at
then
the
get
as... Oh yeah, before they do.
yeah, I'm going to get very close to it, and as I do, I'm going to just say, "Who are you?" And I'm going to take a breath, and with a little bit of I'm going to infuse just a little bit of magic in this, just a little bit into the warm breath, and I would like to sort of do that feeling of do that exhale when you're stoking a fire.
Yeah.
And sort of hold my hand tight and just
And what is your
and
arcane
see how
stat?
it reacts. My arcane? There's nothing. Just my arcane is regular. I have double spirit though.
Yep.
I'm trying to see if this thing is alive. Does it feel?
And as you do so, you can see that the little disc that is in your hand has the slightest ripple go across it, and you hear a noise emit from it. It's like a thin, faint whistle. But you don't hear more than that. And your thought process is great, but it's not bearing fruit just yet. This is the point at which these two arrive. Well, let's say Malai can act first as they do so.
Well, welcome. I have procured food.
Responses
Is it any
to that?
good?
I haven't had to try. I haven't gotten to try it yet.
Oh,
Well, I've had a little bit, but I haven't
how
tried it. I've been distracted. Takes a bite and actually thinks about the fact that it's food and stops just like hyper focusing.
Indeed. Responses from
It's
Justine.
good.
how did you procure food?
I stole that poor chap's wallet.
Please drop it back by him before he leaves. To steal all of his belongings in his wallet is rather rude.
I don't know him. He is not relevant. And looks at him. Is he relevant? No.
No.
Sort of, he is not immediately relevant. Once we have succeeded or failed and all died, I'm sure that you will get it.
That's
No.
not how it works.
Well,
All you have to do is just drop it, and someone else can point out that it fell on the floor. No harm, no foul. Regardless, I've gotten advice to seek out the local janitorial crew to help us in our hunt.
interesting. I've discovered that this small blob of metal is alive and still functional and should not be placed in anything with a high temperature.
Oh, alive?
Quiet, yes. Yes, there's something still that is holding it together to whatever degree. It's also very malleable, and I'm just like squish it a little, like Play-Doh, make it squeege between my fingers a bit.
There's just a look, very brief, that sort of crosses over Claudette's eyes from the last time she had to deal with something that was alive that shouldn't have been. She's just like, ye gods, not again.
Yeah.
All right, well, no heat. Understood.
Well, unless we want to make quite a loud kerfuffle. Do we
No,
know yet
no,
what
there are
sort of
quite
people
a
we are looking
few.
for?
Very
Well,
dirty.
they are called skivers. And according to my source, they are known to literally bathe in diesel and oil. They do not hide, nor could they, for the trail of filth they leave behind them. So I don't know that really looking in any of the private garages would be of benefit to us, a good use of our time. I am going to speak with housekeeping, as it were, and see if they've got anything that they can tell me. But
They're dirty
and
and
she's
highly flammable.
reaching into her skirt of many pockets
Mm.
and pulls out one of the like fire retardant blankets.
Yeah.
Malai, would you like to wrap that in this blanket? Just in case somehow heat does become an issue, this will insulate it.
That would be rather useful. Thank you.
You're
No.
quite welcome.
If you'd like to have a bite of this, I believe it is some sort of corn and meat, potato, spices, little bit of something else, I'm sure. It's good.
Does smell delicious, I will. Thank you.
So, once we find these oil-soaked individuals. By the way, while that's being said, I'm like flicking through the book for any mention of like people who worship fire.
Not people who worship fire, but you do actually see a note about people bathing in oil. So he's like flipping through and just like stops
Yep.
stock still on a page.
Just like fully stops mid-word. Just like,
And you can all see that there's an entry here for a place that is called Rubenog. And Rubenog was a thriving metropolis between two great rivers, a hub of industry. And then it went absolutely to shit. The book summarizes it as a combination of hideous pollution, political serious unrest of various kinds, a good amount of corruption scandals, and also something else. The something else, all that is said is that there were a number of major factory disruptions, some of which were like catastrophic and led to many people dying, and today it is still not known how it happened. So this prosperous hub ground to a halt, and the people who still live there eke out a almost post-apocalyptic existence in a city that is almost made of pollution. It is not entirely known why people still live there, considering that, like, 2 days walking away are habitable lands.
People didn't know why Gus was doing things, but should just be big old possession.
Now, Rubenog is far enough away that it actually does not seem to have the same cryptid stuff, or at least might not. It's from where you guys are now. It is several hundred miles away, so not an impossible trip, but a long one. Pretty long for your average Mothman, at the very least.
Very, yeah. I don't know why the Jersey Devil's crossing the ocean. But I will sort of, upon sort of like skimming through this, I'll say, what would they have to gain? What would anyone have to gain from getting this into a tiny hovel? I have no disrespect for Trixie and her sisters, but from everything that's been described, it's not a hub of industry. It is not a bubbling utopia. No, it is off the beaten path.
It's a good place to hide something, or it's a good place to test something. You drop a bomb, you don't do it in your own backyard. You do it somewhere far away where people you care about won't get hurt.
Malai would find in his mind, based on his earlier trains of thought, that these are both reasonable.
Well, there was the one mission that I was on. Mountainous region, where we had one person claiming to be a hero, when really he was the villain. Not them saying that would be this Gus person, but it does make me wonder. Could this have been a test of a weapon that they intend to repossess, implant, and then control to possibly empower their community and maybe begin warring strife in neighboring communities?
They're so
And
far
if
away,
this
so disparate, such space. There's something else here. Can I pull this apart? Will it separate?
It does not separate. It becomes firm and stiff as iron as you start to get it to a stretching point where it might snap.
Yeah, I
It's at this point also that Justine would notice a janitor come to recollect their little cart.
Do pardon me. I have a date with the janitor.
have a date with this strange rock.
What does Claudette have a date with?
She knows she sticks out, but she also knows she's very pretty. So she's gonna go talk to that table of truckers
Yeah.
to see if they've seen anything, just how they're doing. Is there a bar around here? Would she be able to buy them around drinks to sort of ply them a little bit to give her information?
You see a sign that indicates that there is a bar upstairs and that no alcohol is permitted on lower levels.
All right, well, she's gonna try her luck, and if she needs to get them upstairs, then that's what she'll do. But she's gonna try to go and just talk to them, and she looks out of place, so it's gonna be real easy
There's
for her
a lot
to
of
at
out of
least
place
strike up
people
a
here
conversation.
too. Like
Yeah,
it's
so
a
it's just-
hub. And so what's her opener
Yeah, so
here?
it's just-
We'll start with Claudette as she approaches the table.
Oh, howdy there, gentlemen.
Heads turn.
I was hoping y'all could help me a little bit. I am quite lost, and I'm looking for somebody. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this area, if you're just passing through.
You see immediately people start to wipe their faces of food, pull up their pants, and try to look more presentable. One of them says, You looking for me? I hope you're looking for me. And another one says, no, 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 no. Let her talk, let her talk. Who you looking for? Maybe we can help out. Maybe I can help out.
I'm looking for a gentleman named Rook.
Rook. They look to each other. One of them says, that's a weird name. Is it a nickname?
It is weird. Well, it could be. It's the only name I've got. He's a Skyver.
Oh. They look at each other and all make like kind of grossed out faces. One of them says, ma'am, what's a pretty and put together lady like yourself looking for a Skyver for?
He owes me quite a bit of money and I'd like to collect.
They all look at each other. You see that a lot of the conversation has gone from jovial and flirty to serious. One of them says, ma'am, if you want to collect money from a Skyver, maybe you'd best take the loss, is all I'm saying.
Oh,
You don't mess with a
weird.
Skyver. That's a good background noise in this area.
May I? And she's just going to indicate that
Ambiance,
she would like to sit.
ambiance.
And as you do so, one of the guy who's been mostly talking with the drawl immediately slides out and pats his leg. And another one says, "Oh, fuck off," and pulls out an empty chair.
Thank you. She will sit in the empty chair. It seems I may have gotten myself into a little bit more than I can handle.
Yeah, more than a little bit. Skyvers, you don't mess with them. Like they do shit. I mean, if you came here, you came here. I mean, of course you didn't walk here. They're gonna take your vehicle. You're not gonna know what to do with the poor thing when they're done with it. And that's if they only go for your vehicle.
Oh,
Another one says,
oh
"Yeah,
dear.
they got a temper. It's a pretty hot temper, if you know what I mean."
You know, he seemed real upset when he lost. You know, we were playing pool and
Oh, shit.
he lost. Went out
Oh,
talking about, "Oh, let me get it from my truck." And of course, I foolishly believed him and off he went.
well, there's rule number one. Skyvers, you got to play with the money on the table. Another one says, another one, you don't play with a Skyver. That's just begging
Oh, I
for it to
didn't
be
know what he
lost.
was until after we were midway through the game and he
Just
tosses it out like it's some
finger grease and like smell for it. Also, they steam sometimes.
they steam,
Yeah.
It was already so smoky in the bar, I didn't even notice.
One of them says, "Shall we tell her?" Another one says, "Shut up." They're like a couple of them say down the table says, "Sorry."
No, no, please.
You really
Am
don't.
I in danger having come here?
He says, "I don't know, but I saw a cat." Shut up. Don't like send. Another one says, "You're gonna send the pretty lady to her death, you moron." Another one says, "She's probably not gonna die. Just get her hair burned off or something. It's not my problem."
Burned off.
They look at each other and then shrug, and one of them says, "You need a ride to the hospital. I got you. All right."
Oh, oh no. Okay, well, look, my paw's gonna be real sore if I don't come back with that without anything. So,
They look to each other. One of them says, "Listen, I've been known to do stupid things for a pretty face, but like not that stupid. Sorry, ma'am."
oh no, 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 no. Oh, you misunderstand. I wasn't asking y'all for your coin. No, no. So you're telling me there's no way I could even just talk to him. There's no sense of goodwill.
I wouldn't even ask if I was honest.
And if I were foolish and stupid. Where could I find him?
Oh, he's upstairs. Shh! Well, she asked. He looks to you and says, "Do you really want to know? Like, they're not wrong. You're probably going to get burned up or something. But if you really care, they're upstairs at the bar."
Thank you. I
Yep,
do appreciate it.
sure, yep. Not my problem, just saying. You are a fucking moron. I'm not a moron. She asked me a question. I'm honest.
I will heed your warnings, gentlemen. I didn't come alone.
They look at each other, and you see a lot of the joviality has completely died out. Before further, let's jump over to Justine. Approaching the janitor, you can see that he is a bustling man, middle-aged, crown of receding hairline, but in reasonably good shape, and he's quite clean. As you approach, he puts on a smile and says, "Hello, ma'am. Can I help you with anything?"
And yes, I'm unfortunately looking for some very smelly people and was told you might be able to help me find them.
Uh, well,
Greasy fingertips.
oh no. Skivers?
Yeah, I've heard.
You're looking for skivers?
Unfortunately.
Not my business. I won't ask why. Yes, we do have a crew in right now. They were just at the showers, hence why I was just at the showers.
I'm
And
sorry.
part of the job. And I believe they went upstairs when last I heard.
I appreciate it. Now, I'm a little new to this area.
Most
and
people
to
are.
these people. I would imagine it seems like such a bustling mini metropolis, and it's only just a rest stop.
Oh yeah. He says,
This
I
amazes
work
me.
I work actually a 6-month shift here. We have our own staff bunker downstairs that we all. It's like you can think of it like a cruise liner.
That is fascinating. Do you ever have like resident entertainers?
Oh yes, quite a. We have like 3 or 4 right now actually. Upstairs, well, there's the cinema, of course, but that's not what you're referring to. We do have ground floor. He points over to the left. That direction, we have a promenade area closed right now, but normally we have at least 2 performers there, and we have a musical act that's traveling. We have a stage upstairs that they're going to be playing on, and then we have an impersonator. I caught his act the other night. He was great. But he is, I think, in his van outside.
Oh. And this stage and the musicians, they'll be playing later on, like
Maybe.
soon?
I think. I think they have a gig in pretty soon. Let me check. He checks his calendar and then pulls out a little schedule. He says, "Yeah, they have a closing act. The last of the performances that we're doing. There's a film that's going on right now. Once that ends, they have their closing act, and then all entertainment facilities shut for the night. We're open late. Entertainment's open till 3 usually."
Indeed, I find this just enthralling and just, oh, I will have to come back. Now, where does this band perform? Where is it in the bar area? Like
Stage
that?
upstairs. There's a bar, and you'll find the stage right next to the bar. If you are there for the
grand.
performance, then you get drinks 50% off.
Oh, fantastic. And who manages the stage?
Okay, well, when we
Or at
have
least who's on?
oh, uh, right now one of my colleagues is handling the bar area upstairs. If you're looking for her, her name is Rosetta, and let me see, she's wearing an outfit like mine. He's wearing kind of a red and black checkered lapel over a gray and white uniform. He says, let's see, she always wears her yellow gloves, and she's got a very friendly face, and I've been working with her for about 20 years.
Oh, Fantastic. And your name?
He says, "Oh, Dane."
Dane, it was a pleasure. Justine YL.
"Oh, pleasure's mine, pleasure's mine." He gives you a little bow of his head and says, "You need anything? Don't hesitate to say. And if you don't want to sleep in your vehicle, let me know, and I can hook you up with a motel room discount."
Oh, well, thank you so much, Dane. I greatly appreciate that. One other thing.
Yes?
Do you know if these skivers are adverse to cold?
That's a good question. Well, they're from the south, and it's warmer down there, but from I don't mean to, I don't mean to be rude to them, right? But I heard that they live in tunnels, and I mean that's not the warmest, so not sure. Best answer. Sorry.
That's quite all right. I just had a little thought rattling around in this pretty little head of mine. Dane, you have been an absolute doll. I'm going to go find Rosetta and see if I can't get a last second slot in tonight's entertainment.
Oh, very, very exciting. Goodbye. Pleasure.
Thank you. And she saunters off.
You can see he still has a little blush in his cheeks and a smile on his face as he goes about refilling napkins.
And I'm going to head back to the table where Malai is, catch Claudette's eye, and lean over and let Malai know that I'm headed upstairs trying to get on stage, and that's where the skivers are.
Before we go further, Malai, while the two women are working, what would you like to do?
So,
Working women.
hey, I'm sitting here eating, so if anyone's working. So our job is not to like we're not just here to like apprehend. We are here to figure out the motive.
Yep.
Figure out and how it happened.
Yep.
Not just why, but how. Correct?
As much information on that regard as possible, but especially how. Or pardon, especially why, like why they did it. Any information about where they come from, what's going on with this, and motive and method are all good, but the biggest one is motive.
Okay. Yeah, that checks out. I just wanted to, before things happen, I figured I'd ask, just to clarify. I'm definitely going to be reading. I read a little bit more about these people, try and figure out what I can. I'm booking one more time. I want to see if I can get a cultural history or even folk tales of that nation.
Sure.
Rubenog. Rubenog. Thank you.
Yep. Rubenog was a shipping hub. Way back in the day, it was where like pole boats, like keel boats, would go through, and it would take incoming grain and lumber and then distribute it out to be sent down a delta out to the sea to various shipping ports. And because of that, it tended to import a lot of culture rather than produce a lot of its own. And then over time, as it built up, it would start to produce its own culture as well. Rubenog was a bit of a melting pot. It didn't really, like, the city kind of was artificially built, if that makes sense. It didn't pop up naturally. It was more like the keelers went through there a lot, and then eventually someone's like, we need to have a stop station for the keel boats, and they built it, and then Rubenog developed and became huge. Massive agricultural industry popped up around there as well, but mostly it was a manufacturing hub because so many different materials would come in and then they would be created before being sent out to the sea. And so it really was an industrial city first and foremost. In terms of like folklore or folk culture and stuff like that, the book doesn't talk about the modern folklore and folk culture, of which there's undeniably probably a lot, given all the stuff that has happened and the state they find themselves living in. But beforehand, if there was any, and surely there was, it's not of note enough to mention in detail in the literature you're working through. That just wasn't the focus of the city.
Is fine. Yep. Just trying to get a better understanding
It's like
of these people
what's the
before we
local
have
folklore of Cleveland? Like, I don't know if anyone can answer that question. I don't know if it has an answer.
the Cleveland Canary, of course. But I will sort of, as I'm considering that at this point, this is when the cup. What kind of cup that I get? Is it like metal?
The cup that you
I feel
got
like everything here.
is it's actually plastic. While they
Uh,
do have like an earlier technology, they do still use plastic a good amount.
this is fine. So while it is still quite piping hot from yonder beverage,
Yeah.
I'm gonna chug the bev. just sort of like this is sort of like the plastic man powder that makes you say yes moment. Just like unhinge jaw as much as I can. Just
Now, tastes very interesting to Malai. Again, I don't know what his tastes are, but it has a lot of flavors. And
all
it's
of them are
warm.
interesting because he does not eat much.
Indeed. It is also alcoholic.
Yes, exactly what I wanted. I thought alcohol wasn't allowed on the first floor. I understand now.
That is true, but it seems as though they found a way to get around that.
This is all right. It'll come out in a bit. I mostly wanted the spice leaves.
Mm-hmm. Now, this leaves a
And
dregs at the bottom.
yep, I'm going to drop this in. I'm going to drop this thing in.
And as you do so, it hits and it kind of conforms a little bit to the bottom of the cup, and then it hardens. I mean, it doesn't visibly harden, but after just a moment, you can see that it stops moving and squishing around and then just kind of firms up.
Do I think that that's from reaction to the liquid?
Could be. You did chug it and left just dregs behind.
Yeah. Well, I'm then going to take it. I'm going to flip the cup over. Does it fall out?
Plonk. It does, with a good number of the tea leaves kind of set inside of it.
So it hardened. I'm going to give it a grab. Is it warmer? Did it take the heat into itself?
Yes, it did.
And is it sharp at all on the edges? Does it seem to have grown?
Not grown, but it does have more sharpness on the edges. It reacted interestingly to the heat. And you notice now that when you first pick it up, it's actually rather hot, almost the temperature of the drink. And it cools down pretty quickly in your hand, and it becomes more putty-like again. But when it absorbed the heat very quickly, it did harden.
Interesting. This is such a weird thing. I still don't even know what it is, other than alive. And I'm guessing at this is the point where
Yeah, this is the point where Justine stops by.
yeah. Forgive me. Processing. How did fare talking to the cleaning crew?
Fantastically. I got a lead. I will be seeing if I can implement the distraction.
And in that case, where should we be positioning ourselves?
I think you might serve well down here, should they come down. Or, actually, and she pulls out her map to consider all of the ways down from the second store and the most story and the most likely exit that people would take
Yep. Looking
if
at the map.
Things are bad.
The things that you can see are one, there is a closer stair to where the stage is on the second floor, down that same left hall that I've been gesturing towards, but the second floor version of it. There's the staircase that's closest to you, that would be the second furthest away, and there's also a fire escape. Beyond that, there are 3 other ways down, but none of them are nearly as efficient.
I think I will let you and Justine decide where exactly your skill sets will be best utilized in positioning. However, I know you do kind of shine bright like a diamond, especially under a full moon, but it is overcast outside. I'm wondering if we drive a few of them out. Just maybe they don't like the performance or what have you. Could you possibly follow and see where their vehicles are? Would like to inform the
I certainly.
sisters of the vehicles to dismantle.
But I can do that right now. We know that these poor fools are constantly covered in oil, yes? So that will be the vehicles with covered in oil.
Well, did you not notice how many
The
vehicles
interior,
there
the
are?
interior at least. There's 3 of them. They know their cars. They know what not to look for. If you want to try, if you're able to get any to leave and check in on their hot rod, I see no issue.
Ah,
Though I will be quite honest, I am not a tail. I if I'm caught, I will be caught, and then I will be broken. It's a shame we
ah,
don't have a friend with keen eyes and ears. Looks immediately in the direction of where
Is Claudette coming over to join them as well?
where Claudette went.
Or is she heading
Yeah, she
upstairs?
is yeah, no, Claudette is going to excuse herself from the gentleman. She's going to thank them. And as she gets up, she's going to just accidentally brush her duster open just so they see like the bottom of one of her pistols,
Yeah.
and walk away.
Is she going to be heading upstairs, or is she going to be heading over to join Justine and Malai?
I'm gonna go join them to see what Justine found out and anything interesting that Malai may have found out. But at some point, yeah, she's got to get upstairs because that's where the people who need bullets in them could be, or at the very least threatening with bullets.
Certainly. She joins the two as Malai is looking over towards her.
we were just conferring here, slightly strategizing. I have
So I think
word.
I take it you found it that the baddies are upstairs.
Exactly. And shortly there will be the last performance of the evening going on the stage that is near to where the people we are looking for are. I'm going to go see if I can get on stage, and I believe a good distraction is in order. I If I'm given the opportunity, I will find a way to insinuate that there are cars on fire in the parking lot. And hopefully, our quarry will be smoked out like little rats. We can follow them, corner
One
them.
moment. I think I may be able to assist you in your performance.
Ah,
Not directly, of course. I only know 2 kinds of dancing, and neither is as wonderful as yours, my dear. But we might be able to work together. Oh, by the way, Claudette, I've been taking a look at this facility and its air conditioning units, and I'm quite certain that whatever they use as coolant is flame retardant. Fun fact.
Accepted.
I
So
was
should
actually going to ask a question because you keep talking about the movie theater, and my brain immediately just went, all of that film is flammable. There's also a bar up there. There's so many things that we can catch fire, and this thing that we have is not supposed to be near heat. So we have to be very careful about what we do in this place because if anything catches fire, everybody's in trouble.
And this is being said aloud by Claudette? Or is this internal?
No, this is like internally, but it's just like, okay, there's a movie theater. Movie theaters in this time period use film. Film is highly flammable.
Yeah.
There's a bar upstairs. Liquor is highly flammable. There are guys that, at least to the best of her knowledge, are covered in oil that are highly flammable. Those nice truckers at the table were telling her that her hair, these dudes might just burn my hair off because I dared to challenge them. So they are also just flammable already. There's a lot of fire and a thing that can't be near heat. And she's just like, do we send Malai outside of this place that could potentially go up in flames?
Legitimate
Because we
question.
don't want whatever that is to connect itself to our associate.
Indeed. Very reasonable thought, best put to him, I would say. So if you'd like, you can just say that you repeat what you were thinking aloud, or you can put it in Claudette's own words.
Do you think it is wise for this object that we have now to be in this particular building that is highly flammable when we have discovered that this should not be near heat?
Well, it is a possibility that it could make things rather difficult. However, given that it is on my person, the only way that that would happen is if I am immolated, which I would not enjoy. Also,
No, I don't think
I
most people
was,
would.
well, I've met a I was also kindly given, and I pull out the folded flame retardant blanket, a little bit of a sort of guardian layer for it, which I'm going to stow it in once things become relevant. But for all we know, it might be a good way to sniff somebody out. Perhaps I take it, I proceed to mold it into the shape of a coin.
Yep.
Perhaps if you're trying to draw attention, something familiar is better than something foreign.
A neat little trick.
Besides, we need to learn what they would do, why they would. As much as I love corporal punishment on those who deserve it.
At this point, Malai, do you have a sensory stunt?
Nope.
In that case, it would just be Claudette. You hear a distant disturbance upstairs.
Is it like chairs being knocked over or people crying out for help?
You hear a yelling. Can't make out what it is, but a yelling of two voices.
Sounds like the party's starting without us.
In that case, pray make yourselves upstairs. I'm going to sprint out and talk to our friends. I'm quite certain that in 2 of these books I will be able to have a picture of these types of vehicles from Rubanog.
Rubinog.
Just gonna write that one down.
In that case, will Malai be going outside?
I'm going to. Before I do, I'm going to just say, whatever you do, don't die. And then I'm going to sprint away. I'm going to full sprint.
Yep.
I'm out this bitch. Actually, wait, I'm going to take like 2 steps. I'm going to pause. I'm going to take the wallet, and I'm just going to yeet it under a nearby table and run.
Good job.
And Justine and Claudette, actions.
It has no money in it.
He needs his license. Do you know how hard it is to replace your identification?
No!
It's a
Okay.
Not at
real
all!
bitch.
You left him his
knows
his
not.
ID and like pictures of potential kids.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Malai is
Yeah.
like, what strange animal skin covered vessel? Like,
he's like, I understand you have this, but there's so many better ways. Anyway.
So, what would Justine and Claudette like to do?
Justine is gonna start heading for the stairs,
Mhm.
and obviously, I've already, pardon my itchy eyeball.
No problem.
I've already shared that I plan on getting up on the stage at least, providing some kind of focal point,
Yep.
hoping to reduce the number of possible combatants.
Yes.
That's my whole end goal, is let's just keep them enthralled with the shinies and the hip shimmies and all that fun stuff.
And is Claudette going to be going as well?
Can I
And,
retcon one thing?
can I get to it in a second, or is it important for this?
Yes. It is relevant because I would have
Okay.
I would have offered Justine the flattened coin of this.
Oh
of
yes,
the
that's
pig,
important. The pig
ingot.
ingot. Will Justine
Yeah,
take the pig ingot?
Yes.
and with an additional, much larger coin in hand. Uh, are she and Claudette going upstairs at speed or just at a normal pace?
I'm actually waiting until she gets upstairs. Knowing her plan, I don't think it would be a good idea for them to see us together.
Sure.
I would like to go up to the bar as a patron.
Yep, absolutely. And Justine, what are you going to do? Head up at speed or at normal pace?
Not quite at speed, but above a normal pace. And on my way through getting to the stairs, I would like to find an abandoned cup of ice.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Awesome. I'm putting it in my pocket.
Mm-hmm. I should note also.
Yeah, I might need to put this in my. Might need to put my hand in some ice.
Where are you going to put the pig ingot? It is in the shape of a coin at the moment.
And from everything that I observed so far, it takes intention to reshape it and a moment. So if you're not like actually holding it, and this is just her observations, it should hold its same shape.
That does seem to be the
So
case.
in one of her, where she just put the cup of ice was an empty pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And she is going to slide it in next to the cup of ice. Not into the cup of ice, but next to it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. As she gets to the top of the stairs, she can see a ruckus going on down the left hallway. There are mostly shuttered shops and exhibits that are clearly closed at this time of night, but at the end you can see the bar, and it says the bar's name is My Favorite Chair. And My Favorite Chair is open for business. There are a few patrons inside, though they seem to have mostly cleared out of the way. And at the entrance, you can see not only another janitorial cart, but also there are 3 people standing, 1 person on the ground, and 1 person by the cart.
The person by the cart, they're not in a uniform?
Can't tell. The light is not fantastic, and they are backlit to the bar.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just approach.
As you do so, the noise becomes clearer. It's shouting. And you can see that the person on the ground is saying, almost sobbing, "I don't control these things." And then you hear, "That is not relevant at the moment. Thank you very much." And then the person on the ground kind of moves away as one of the people standing leans in towards them and says, "I came here with a promise of entertainment. And now you're saying it's not coming."
Darling, darling, darling. It is your lucky day. The entertainment is here. There's no need to be violent.
The person on the ground, a flat-faced man with heavy jowls, turns to you. You can see that he's crying slightly and his eyebrows are burned off.
Well, I'm not going to give away that I have ice in my pocket.
Indeed.
He's just going to have to suffer for right now.
You can see that the person by the cart is a plump woman who has her hands over her mouth with yellow gloves on. And you can see that the 3 people in front of the door are unmistakably Skyvers.
Dinkies.
You can see that their hair is spiked almost universally, like they're wearing a large amount of pomade. Their clothes are patchwork and seem to be as much metal as cloth. And you can also see that all of them, quite universally, have a rather hunched posture, right? It's like their shoulders are up by their ears, but you can see that all of them have kind of jumpy dispositions. And as you look up, they all look towards you with their eyes focusing in on you. Their eyes tend to be quite bloodshot as well, though besides that, their complexions and facial features look quite different despite their kind of universal elements that I'm just describing. The one who is looking down, you can see, looks towards you and his mouth twitches slightly. You don't look you don't look like a band to me.
I am not. No. But I can make music.
Better be damn good music.
I hope so.
I'm sick of being fed a string of broken promises by these incompetents.
Well, I'm sure this wasn't exactly their fault. However, why don't you get yourself comfortable once again? It seemed like maybe you were comfortable until our planned performers were unable to show up. And I'm going to have a little chat with Rosetta here to get everything set, and we should be on in a tight 3.
Tight.
Yes.
3. Right.
Tight 3.
Right. Back. He says something in another language that sounds kind of like zarak zikda. And the other two who are with him go alongside him. They're all jittery, and as they come back in, they shove their hands into their pockets and start casting their eyes around, almost like actively hostile towards the other patrons as they slink over to the bar. You can see that Rosetta, as soon as they walk away, comes hurrying over and helps the man to his feet. She says, "I'm so sorry." And he says, No. Nothing you could have done. Nothing you could have done. I wish they didn't cancel. He looks to you and says, "That was very gallant of you, but please be careful. They're going to be even more mad when they find out that you're just... Unless... Are you a musician, maybe?"
I have been known to sing in my performances. One of them won me a international trophy.
Well, take it.
Okay.
Do you need backup?
I could use a drummer.
Shoot. Rosetta, she said, "I have no rhythm. I'm sorry."
Well, darling, what is your talent?
Rosetta says, "I raised 5 children and have 15 grandkids. I don't know if you need much more talent than that."
You've got some skills.
She says, "It's a living, and this is a wonderful side hustle when there aren't skivers about."
Yes. So, get the lights ready for me.
All right, I'll try. And the man says, "And I'll tell the barkeep to have free drinks for our friends. Maybe that'll calm them down. Oh, we have a jukebox in there. Would that do?"
That would help.
He says, "Oh, here, I have a pamphlet for it." He grabs out a pamphlet and says, "Every song in it, including the genres," and he shoves a handful of coins into your hand. "It won't play unless you put a coin in. Please, just be careful. I don't want a lawsuit on my hands, and I definitely don't want any blood on my hands. I'd much rather lose an eyebrow than have you be hurt by them."
That is commendable, sir. Go, please. Ice your brows. We don't want those to blister.
I think they already are, but I'll go try. I'll need to come back, though. He goes hurrying off, brushing by Claudette as he does so. Claudette hears him whispering, "Ow, ow, 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 ow," as he goes downstairs.
So, yeah, I'm going to pick out my set list of songs.
As you go into my favorite chair and go over to the jukebox, it's a pretty big jukebox, and they have, a pretty decent catalog of music. It seems to mostly be, by our modern equivalents, things like swing music and big band music and kind of folk soul and that sort of thing.
Yeah, we're going to have a nice mix. Have some big band and some swing and finish it up with some folk soul.
Mm-hmm. And as you're starting to put coins in, you can hear the skivers talking to each other at the bar. They don't keep their voices down. They talk to each other in their harsh, consonant-filled language. You also notice that the Skivers have one other. As you're putting in music, you can't help but hear one of them says, "Put that thing out!" As a man nearby is smoking a cigarette, and he immediately tosses it into a nearby ashtray and crosses his arms.
Was
Now,
that a regular person that they told that to,
Yes.
or another Skyver?
a regular person.
Oh, so they don't want to be blown up.
And as and as Justine
Say
is
it ain't
considering this, Claudette, any other actions from you? How close are you getting? Are you going up to the bar where the Skivers are? What do you want to do?
She is gonna slide into the bar. She's not gonna sit super close to them. One, the smell, and two, she wants to be, at least kind of inconspicuous.
Mm-hmm.
But she also wants to make sure that she keeps eyes on Justine while she's getting
Yeah.
into performance mode, because that could be a whole thing.
A terracotta
just-
skinned man with a 5 o'clock shadow and a buzz and like a completely shaved head slides over and says, "You drinking anything?"
Not tonight. Well, what are you having?
He says, for the next hour and a half, nothing. After that, maybe something.
Oh, well, then I guess I'll wait.
He says, "You sure?" He takes out a tumbler and says, "Only so much night, and I work late."
Why don't you mix me up your favorite then?
Done. He starts to proficiently toss bottles about behind the counter. As you do so, the Skivers are chattering away, not too far away from you. You're much closer to them than anyone else in the establishment currently is. They are dominating the bar except for you, though it doesn't seem like they're trying to force you off of it. You cannot help but smell the stench of gas fumes that absolutely reek off of them.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to drink this drink, but I'm certainly keeping it near my nostrils.
Yep. It's passed over to you. It smells like agave and maybe some sort of cinnamon kick.
Right, maybe I will taste it. Because that sounds delightful. Thank you.
He gives a little
How
nod.
much?
He says, "First free."
A gentleman. And she's just gonna kind of enjoy the smell of it, and then she is gonna taste it. She doesn't want to knock it back.
Yep.
Because she didn't watch him make this drink, so she doesn't know how much liquor he put in
Indeed.
it. But she is going to just enjoy the taste, and if it tastes like candy, it might be a problem.
Yeah. He says, "You caught me at my favorite time of night."
Oh,
He looks over towards the Skivers and he says, "They're about to leave. Best time of night."
it does sound like the best time of night. Hopefully, it'll doesn't take too long to clear the air.
No, not so bad. He says, "Got something special for that." The drink is sweet and spicy and has almost a, how to describe it, almost a cotton candy kick at the very end of it.
Ooh. Dangerous. Yeah, she's just gonna sit there, she's gonna sip on it, and she's gonna keep them within ear and nose shot, but she likes this bartender.
The Skivers call him over and he says, "The use?" And you're, "Yes, yes, usual. And you have," "Yep, I already have it for you." You see that he whips out a strange-looking beverage, perfectly clear with a layer of foam on top. He takes a long-handled lighter, lights it up. There's a little puff of flame, and then he passes it over with smoke emanating from it. "Good, good, good." Downs it in one. He says, "You know something? You're the only one outside of the city that can make these. At least the only one I know." "Thank you. Very nice of you to say." You bet. They toss him some extra coins, and he catches them and slides them into his pocket. He says, "Well, that'll make you another." Good man. You can see that it's only
No.
the Skyver who's been talking the most who has that strong stutter. The others don't, but also don't seem to be as comfortable speaking Metro.
So I'm wondering, is the stutter because of whatever is afflicting them with all of this oil, or is it because their native tongue is so much different?
It is a very harsh language. Totally believable that it would just be hard for them to speak a different language. But before we go further, Justine, you have finished your repertoire. What do you want to do now that you have the songs loaded up?
Get myself up on stage.
Lights
We
come
are
on.
reaching the tight 3, and I promised tight 3 I'll be on stage.
The lights are hot, being old-timey. And you can see
Oh,
that
yeah.
there you have 3 spots to work with. You have a cool blue, you have a hot orange, and you have a white.
Nice. We're going to start in the cool blue.
And as you do so, you can see that Rosetta has hurried over to park herself next to the jukebox to switch songs for you. And she gives like a little...
And at that cue, Justine makes her Zagarit. So that nice, loud, high-pitched noise. And hopefully that gets the attention of everyone.
Claudette can see the Skyvers all turn their heads around. You can see that only one of them doesn't seem to care much for the performance, but also a good number of the other patrons look over too. The bartender does for a moment before turning his attention back to his work, as the Skyvers are asking for more of their strange, fiery drink.
I'll introduce myself. Greetings, and thank you for allowing me time on this stage. I am Justine Wyell. Some of you may know me, most of you, I believe, do not. I travel all worlds and love performing for all worlds and its people. So without further ado, I hope to enchant you and enthrall you this evening and give you something to dream sweetly of before your next long trip.
You hear a couple of folks pipe up. One says, "Amen to that," and another one gives a little whistle. Rosetta points to
And
the jukebox.
I give her a little wink
She starts it up, and the opening song begins to play.
and on with the show.
Now, I'll ask for details on this in a second, but before we go further, let's jump outside to Malai. You have sprinted back to the sister's truck.
Forgive the intrusion.
Yeah,
Could I borrow a bit of that chewing tobacco, please?
yeah, sure. You got
Thank
it.
you.
They pass you a small plug of it.
Yes. Yep. So, I've discovered a bit about who our quarry is.
Yeah.
They are known as Skyvers from a place called Rubenol.
Shit. I heard about them before.
Yes.
Them's
I
bad
believe
news,
that
isn't it?
Unpleasant news.
Yeah.
But they are fiery little individuals, apparently. Here, I have a book with references to, well, cultural icons, similar things, possibly symbols that you might be able to pick out to find their
It's
vehicles.
not that creepy book again, is it?
No. I just in case I rap on the hood. No, that route went cold. This is more that, well, they might be trying to make a quick exit, and given your proclivity for mechanics.
Right. All right.
But
You
yeah,
got
so I
you got a
go
mark
to,
for
like,
us? You got a vehicle?
That's the issue. I don't. But I show like pictures and stuff of relevant imagery.
Yep. There's a
And they
number
said,
of vehicles
"If you
that they
like
could be
this."
using.
Yeah.
You can see that, well, they wouldn't be using a train, which was the most common form of transportation back home, but they did have tread crawlers in Rubenog. And because of that, a tread crawler is probably the most likely way they would have gotten here.
I will say it's most likely one of these tread crawlers. Yeah. Ideally, if you can sabotage it just enough so that it doesn't need to go up in
Right.
smoke per se.
One of the other sisters says, and you need us to find it too.
Unfortunately, I do. Yes.
Right.
That's why I brought the imagery. We're about to interrogate them, as we still have no idea why they would have brought that thing into your midst, though I have a couple ideas.
Right.
Forgive me. I thought I'd have a little bit more time to do this. I'm gonna walk behind another car, shove the chew plug down my throat, and vomit.
Indeed.
Because I don't want to be drunk.
Yep.
And I'm hitting digestion time.
After painting the ground white, what do you want to do?
Forgive me, I drank something that I shouldn't have. Needed to get it out.
No, it's fine. She passes you what looks like a little, like, pink brick.
Which one is this? This is Lorna?
This is Lana, yeah.
Yeah, Lana. I think you are quite sweet.
Speaking of sweet, it's
I'm
chewing
guessing
gum.
this is a Yay! Oh, that feels great! Gotta go back in. The show is starting. I have to try and get somebody to confess without getting myself imitated. Fun.
Yeah.
And I leave. I leave with them. I leave the book with them.
And as you do so, you see that they all start to get out of the car, and immediately one of them goes around to the trunk, pulls out a toolbox, and the other two are examining the book. After a moment, though, they are cut off from sight by a big rig, and you make your way back into the food court. Are you sprinting or just moving quickly?
At this point, I am moving quickly. But no, I'm not. I'm doing the race walk.
Yep. As you do so,
the librarian will yell at you if you go any faster. And as I do, I want to. I want to. Is there like any sharp object nearby? Like, is there just like a fucking nail or something?
Oh, like a metal object? Yeah. You
Literally
know when,
a sharp object that I can use to pierce that I can use to stab.
Yeah. There is. You know when
A nail.
You know when those
It doesn't need to be.
You know when those like concrete bumpers in parking lots have like the spike exposed that normally pins them to the ground? There's one of those.
The rebar.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There's like a big piece of rebar exposed.
Yep. All right. I'm going to approach it, and as I do, I'm going to take my two palms and prick. I'm going to and put a small divot in each of my palms.
Mm-hmm.
And then after I do that, I'm going to grab my tongue. I'm going to pull it forward, scraping a little bit of blood along the runes on my jawline, and I am going to not pierce, but not fully pierce, but stab just the tip of my tongue on this rebar.
Yeah.
And force it to bleed.
Tetanus.
Oh yeah.
And then as I do, I'm going to take my hand as my jaw unhinges a little bit as the markings just sort of like fade in a little bit, almost just sort of like on a hinge. And I would like to knowledge is power for like ancient hypnotist scroll, like a scroll of hypnosis sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I would like to draw it out of the blood pooling from my tongue. And the boon that I would like is, silver tongue and all that. I would like that the longer I speak with somebody, they enter a trance in which they cannot lie.
Oof. Let me think about this.
Or something similar.
Yes, but your cuts are not closing until this effect subsides.
Perfect.
So you have 2 bleeding hands and 1 bleeding tongue.
In my pockets. Closing my mouth.
As you look around...
And I'm so glad I have the chewing gum. Oh my god, that's
indeed.
so good. It's going to help.
As you look around, by the way, you see a young man with a hat who's holding like a small pallet of drinks, all of which are spilled, and he's just staring at you with his mouth open.
Blood isn't going away, so I'm just going to...
Do you need a band-aid?
No thank you. And I'm gonna walk away.
You make your way inside, passing by as you do so a janitor who's picking a wallet up off the ground, and then passing upstairs where you pass by another man with bandages actually over his eyebrows, and then all the way up and to the bar, which is immediately obvious. You hear music playing and you hear coins clinking.
Perfect. I'm going to approach the bar.
Before we go further, let's catch the other two up. Justine, I have a reasonably good idea of what your act is looking like, but just so we can set the stage here, what are going to be an overall idea of like your first two songs and an overall idea of the first two dances to go along with them, just in broad strokes.
So, first song is going to be kind of a faster paced song with a lot of shimmies, um, big turns, just really fast and energetic during her dance. And this goes for first and second. The second's going to be more of a medium tempo. So allowing for some more intricate belly work to be seen while, there's the shimmies and all kinds of other fun moves. But during both songs, she will be making those coyote yips at certain points in the song. Just like parts of the beat that she really connects with.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be it for the first couple while she's keeping an eye on the skeevers.
And Claudette, actions from you as Justine is getting to work. The audience quite quickly turns to being a lot more interested in this performance. A good number of people are whistling and cheering. A few are clapping along to familiar tunes. Most of them are just kind of drooling, given that they are truckers very bored. But more importantly, you can see that the skivers seem to be also rather interested. There's one who isn't paying attention at all. There's the one with the stutter who goes from being like kind of tense and rapt as they tend to kind of mellowing out a bit, saying a couple of things in his language to the others and kind of laughing to himself a little bit. The group of them continue to down copious amounts of booze.
Claudette will regrettably it hurts her heart to not be fully paying attention to Justine, but she's like, we have a job to do, and if I get wrapped up in this, it's gonna we're not gonna get the job done. So she is going to not pay as anywhere near close to enough attention as she would like to be to what's happening on stage, and she's going to ask this bartender whose name first she's going to ask him his name because I don't think she got that.
No, she didn't. And then she does. He
Yeah,
says,
she.
I must ask that I hear yours first. Part of the job, you understand.
Claudette.
Claudette, could you spell that for me? He passes a little pad of paper over the table with a pen next to it.
Oh.
Don't
This feels
spell it
like-
correctly.
This feels like magic.
Only
What do you
give
need
them
to write
6
my
of the
name
9
for?
numbers you need.
And
Where's
what will
that
she do?
10th you never needed?
She will write down the phonetic spelling of her name. So if you were to spell out her name in Metro, what it sounds like, not necessarily how it's spelled.
Mm-hmm. And as you do so, he says, Claudette. Very good. And mine, he gives a little flip of his finger, and with a small sleight of hand trick, he flips over the pad you were writing on, and it has his name on the back. His name is Lonhu. Lonhu.
Well, it's very nice to meet you. And speaking of things we don't know, what are they drinking? I find it's an interesting sort of, like, it looks interesting. Clear with foam?
Mm. You wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Based on the smell of them, you could tell me they were drinking straight gasoline and I'd believe you.
You're not far off. He says, they're drinking engine coolant.
Ancient. They aren't human.
Engine coolant mixed with gin, specifically.
Why does
But
that
now
sound
they're
good?
definitely not human. Now they're
Although,
definitely
I think
makes
the antifreeze would make the
um
gin taste better.
right
Right?
of all the flavors. Claudette is just super disgusted. It's like
What?
it's the mix with gin part that really gets her. Like, why would you do that?
Enclave squads keep hating gin.
A long and proud tradition.
A long and proud tradition.
Oh no.
I'm glad to
I
have
will say
joined.
I pride myself on at least being able to recognize other languages. I have never heard what they're speaking.
I know 10 words. I wish I could tell you more about it, but I think after Rubenong fell, they started talking different down there.
Do you know if everyone down there talks like that, or is it just the
Yeah.
ones like them?
I've never met someone from Rubenong who did not speak that way. I don't know what they call their language. Around here, we call it, and he mouths skiving. He says, I would recommend you do not call them, and he mouths skivers to their face. They consider it very rude.
Offensive terms. Well, I certainly do not wish to offend. They seem, well, they were tense. It seems like this performance here is bringing them down from 10.
Oh, they're tense. They're definitely tense. I don't know why they're tense, but they've been tense all evening. I think they are waiting for someone.
Oh, yeah, nobody likes to be stood up.
He says, this group comes here a couple times a year. Meets, I think, business contacts, I guess. And they're not happy about this. I think they're looking for an excuse to cause a fight. If you want to call them something to their face, instead of, and he mouths skivers again, call them desty. I hear them use that word a lot in Metro to refer to themselves. I think desty they would be much happier hearing.
Okay, was that E-Desty or just Desty?
Desty.
Desty, okay. Well, hopefully I'll have no real reason to address them, but I appreciate the information.
He says, if you didn't want to address them, you wouldn't have sat at the bar.
No, really, I just came up here for you.
You would not be the first, but hopefully you're the last.
Sore spot?
He says, no, not source of pride. Pride comes before a fall, you know.
That it does.
He does another sleight of hand trick, and you see that on the back of the card, he has now flipped 2 times with a different back each time, you can see that it has a number on it. Not a phone number, but a room number.
Ooh, girl.
Yeah, she's absolutely taking this. She is going to take this and she is going to just tuck it into not her pocket, but like into her corset where he can just sort of like see it sticking out.
He's called over by the skivers to prepare them more of their stuff. You can see that one of the skivers has taken out a little packet of something and is munching on it. For all you know, it could be frickin' bolts and rivets, but it's probably food.
Ah, okay. Learning
It's
lots of
rubber
information.
gaskets.
Yeah.
Right.
This is the point at which Malai re-enters. He has his hands in his
Okay.
pockets and is moving as swiftly and uncannily as he
And
usually
in
does.
definitely on the way, I will have wiped my
Cleaned
face,
yourself up, yes.
like found a puddle and just been like,
Oh no.
You passed the bathrooms on the way in.
Right?
that requires that. Yes, but then I'm soaking the bathrooms in blood, and the janitors already have so much to do.
I think that a better answer is it's Malai. Of course, he'd use a puddle, but
Yes. Why use a bathroom when there's a perfectly good puddle right there?
And what would he like to do upon entering? He sees Claudette at the bar. He sees Justine shimmying away on stage.
I will swallow, and I will approach Claudette. And as looking around, is there like a pewter flagon or something nearby, like a opaque drinking vessel
Yes.
that somebody has emptied and isn't going to get refilled?
Flower vase.
Perfect. Grab.
Seems very on brand.
Indeed.
Yep. And I'm just going to say to Claudette, sort of, our friends outside are doing well. I'm going to try and see if I can. Those fellows over there. Don't
I
let me
will
die.
Of course not. But in terms of that, do not call them spiders. They hate that. It's offensive.
I remember there was another term that.
Destin. They prefer that.
Oh. I see. At this point,
And
now that he's
be
speaking,
careful.
you can see that his tongue is just slowly bleeding.
What did you do?
Oh, just a little light reading. Here. And I put the scroll, which is still covered in blood, just like from my hand, just like on the counter for her. It's like, thank you. And I'm going to turn, and I want to sit not directly in front of, but slightly in front and to the right of where the Desti are.
Yep.
Ideally, because there's a performance is going on, the lights are down in the house,
Yeah,
and even then it's dark,
quite.
which will, yeah. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to angle my spectacles in such a way that I can just slightly see out of it to the people behind me,
Yeah.
specifically them.
I should also note,
And
as a brief side note, your book referred to them not as Skyvers nor as Desties, but as the Rubenog Internal Diaspora, which is a much more stuffy way of saying it.
Thank you. I was like, I knew there'd be a more me way to say these
Indeed.
words.
Which sounds like a Malai way of saying it, yes.
The Rubenog Internal Diaspora.
Yes.
In that case, as I approach, I will sort of nod to Justine as she's there and just vibing.
Shimmy, 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 shimmy.
Now, Justine,
Isolations,
et cetera, et cetera.
And belly roll. And up. And down.
Are you responding
Uh,
to audience heckling? It is good-natured heckling, but there is a lot of it.
if
No,
one-
not really.
I had a
I
feeling.
mean, like, I'll make eye contact with anyone who makes any kind of noise, whether it's positive or negative or whatever, heckling, like, but keeping a smile on my face.
Indeed.
And there's no verbal responses or anything like that because I'm up there to dance.
Justine has something.
I'm not a
of an-
comedian.
Justine has something of an ethereal attitude about most things, so I can see this being the same. Malai, follow-up thing, or Claudette, follow-up thing to Malai's entrance. You would see that Lonhu, when Malai was not looking, would have put a small like tea towel underneath the bloody scroll, such that it is not messing up his nice counter.
Just wipe it off with a puddle, man.
She's not going to apologize like verbally, but she is going to look at him and just be like, I don't know, and go back to being in like sentinel mode. She just doesn't. She's so shocked. It's like she's gonna drop the scroll on the counter in front of you. Okay, great, thanks.
Lon, who catches your eye, gives you a little reassuring nod, and then places a pair of clean white cloth gloves on the table next to you.
What a man. Yeah, she's gonna put them on before she gets into all of this.
Indeed.
What do I find on this scroll?
Are you going to open it?
Mhm.
A rush of information. Remind me the topic that the scroll is on, Lee?
A specific, sort of pseudo arcane, but like hypnosis,
And
putting people into hypnotic trance.
and Claudette is hit as though she had read a textbook on a semi-magical art of hypnosis, the way of modulating your voice, steadying your speech, holding someone's attention, using small gestures and mentions to keep their attention and suggest them in one direction or another. All this information floods into her in a moment, and she feels a gentle thrumming in her tongue. Magical, uncanny, but not uncomfortable. What would she like to do?
Just gonna roll it, scroll back up and check to make sure that she is in fact not bleeding herself.
She is fine.
Okay, great. And she's just gonna kind of readjust, but try to make it look as natural as possible so that she can pay more attention to what's happening on this side versus what's on stage, but still try to look slightly relaxed.
Yeah. The Skyvers continue to chat amongst each other while watching on. You see that one of the ones that's closer to you has a couple of coins between his fingers that he's rolling dexterously between them. You see that another one has a small lighter out and is taking strands of their hair, like the spiked hair, setting it on fire just for a moment and then snuffing it after a second or two.
Little frickin' pyro.
What would Claudette like to do? She feels the persuasive power of the scroll's enchantment imbuing her, as well as the knowledge it has infused within her.
Doesn't want to waste it, and she doesn't know that she's quite sure that the next time she speaks is going to be when all of this comes out, so she doesn't want to waste it, even though she doesn't need to use it on Lonhu anyway. Like, that's going to happen. So she's just going to wait until necessary.
Yeah, Lee?
Yeah, I want to check. I'm still also buffed by this, correct? Or is it only the initial reader?
This is only the initial reader.
I would have read it on the way. I just wanted her to know what my plan was.
Ooh, okay. I had no idea about that. In
Yeah.
that case, I have an
No,
adaptation.
I always
I have
thought
an
this
adaptation.
this is my issue on the read. I
No
always thought
problem.
that it was upon grant
your
you
energy-
have the book, which is a book.
Your energy work was
Mm.
sick, and because of that, I actually like Claudette having it as well, so I'm going to allow this one to affect both of you, but I make a slight amendment. Claudette, your mouth is bleeding.
Ugh. Wait, my mouth is bleeding or my tongue? Okay.
Just a little bit.
Well, more than a little bit, but not so much that you're dribbling it out when you speak.
Yeah, she's gonna taste it like copper in her mouth and just be like, internally, just fuck. Okay. Well, now she knows for sure she isn't going to speak until it's absolutely necessary.
And Malai, actions from you. Justine has moved on to her third song.
Perfect. I'm going to sort of lean a little and talk in the general direction, slowing my speech down a bit and changing my and normally there's a little bit of a rasp and windiness. He's going to focus his chest, focus his diaphragm, speak a little bit more, with a little bit more presence than that's the sort of wispiness, and say, it's been quite a while since I've seen folks from what was it, the Rubenog internal diaspora?
Indeed.
Yeah, from the Rubenog internal diaspora. I'm honored to be in your presence.
Shifty eyes flick in your direction. They scan you, looking for any sign of sarcasm.
It's a wonderful dance, don't you think? Each portion moving of its own.
The one closest to you who's not that Malai would know, not the one who's been speaking the most, says, "Yeah, pretty woman."
She's gorgeous, but it isn't just her beauty. No, it's what she presents. With each movement and wave, with each sort of, I'll do a light flick of my finger just to draw a little bit of attention towards the tip of my finger, just so that they begin to start focusing on something. With each wave and motion, a new emotion comes forth, a new thought to be expressed. It's glorious. Much like the origins of your home. So many people coming together. So, and again, same finger, sort of. And this time I'm going to pair it in line with Justine's dance. Because then they have the foreground image of the thing moving, and then the background image, the background image mirroring.
With iron in
So-
her mouth, Claudette would see that Malai seems to have two of them completely enraptured. You see that two more are looking at him, including the one who's been talking a lot, but aren't like completely with him yet. And there's still one who's paying zero attention and one who's only focusing on Justine's dance.
She is highly impressed at what's happening here and just is waiting to, if need be, jump in with words rather than pistols, but also ready for that as well.
Yeah. The one who spoke first says, "Yeah," clearly not knowing what else to say.
Of course.
Huh.
Though I do not look it, I am rather old. And I saw Rubenog before its fall. Or before its change. And I wait to say that until Justine does a turn.
Yeah.
It's change.
The old city was great.
It was. And it still is. And at this point, I'm going to let my finger drip down into my blood a little bit. That's still pooling from my hands. And as I do, I'm going to say, it is a warm. And I'm going to flick. And I'm hoping, this is a bit of a luck pitch here. I'm hoping that it will, the blood droplet will fly through one of the warm, flick out through one of the warmer light columns and try and draw their eyes towards Justine's coins. And as I flick, I'm immediately going to flick and then using my three held fingers here, wrap on my chains so that they get the image of the coins but the sound of the chains.
What's your luck set?
That clinking. Normal.
Okay. In that case, one or two eyes kind of flick, but only very briefly. And one of them says, "The city still has much good."
I hope that it does. It deserves much good, and so do you. Its lost children, shunned by so many others.
No, not lost there, though.
No, there you find.
Yeah.
Shit, there you find. And at this point, I'm going to do another just sort of like tring on the chains and the keys. Find purpose. Building, warming, burning.
Yeah. It's warm in Rubenog. You're never cold in Rubenog. And you can, wherever you go, there is a fire waiting for you in Rubenog.
Who amongst you's fire burns brightest? I'm using this as a leading. I'm trying to see if they have a leader. I
He
don't
says,
know yet.
That's Rock. He points over his shoulder. That's Rock.
Can I follow through my spectacles? Who?
Claudette would also see. It's the one who's been speaking the most, of course. Ruck, now that you're seeing him more clearly, has a like jutting features, large nose, large chin, short spiked hair like the rest, heavy lapelled coat with the lapels seeming to be made of big plates of metal. His fingertips his fingers are bandaged with the tips exposed and oily. Ruck,
I've been talking a lot. If anyone else has actions during this, by the way.
yeah. Do either Claudette or Justine have actions?
Unfortunately, it's more of a held action, waiting for when Malai needs backup.
Indeed. That's what I was figuring. And Justine.
So, song 3 is still another medium tempo song, but as we get into song 4, which I imagine is actually when Malai is starting, like his flick of the blood and all of that, is actually a slow song.
Yeah.
So she's slowing it way down, really doing extremely controlled, slow, elegant movements, but still lots of big, pretty arms and doing some floor work to just spice it up a little, give these late night viewers something to dream about.
A drunken driver has gotten to his feet and is waltzing with thin air. Over in the corner, the man whose eyebrows were burned off has come back into the room and has hunkered down next to Rosetta, and Maxime has also entered and is leaning against a far wall.
Oh, I knew I'd see him again. Claudette and Justine are getting some tonight.
So long as
Do
we don't
not
end
call
up in
me
a
back
burn
to
ward, right?
headquarters.
I think I came out of this the best. I got books.
I
I got
Ooh,
fed.
spicy night.
got
Ooh.
fed. Yeah. Now, Malai, please carry on.
Yeah. So at this point, I do want to draw Rook's attention. This is becoming a slower song, which means that there's more room to play with. So what I'd like to do is I would like to take this vase. I would like to turn it over. And I would like to use it as use the base of it as like a darbuka or like a hand drum.
Yeah.
And I would like to find an initial rhythm and like keep it simple because I'm not an amazing drummer. This is very much not his wheelhouse, but he has rhythm. He is used to courts, he's used to ballrooms, he's used to that sort of thing. And I would like to point the end of the open end of the vase at Root. And as I do, I would like to activate catalog. Catalog allows me to tidy things, and and with that, they seem to be in this very like strange posture, correct?
Yeah.
I want the sound to be enough of a grasp notice that they sort of fix their posture just a tad. Just just sort of like when you hear something out of the corner and you sort of sit up to it. Yeah, but sort of do like a dum rakata dum da dum rakata dum along with what Justine.
Justine would hear the vase drumming, and the sharp initial taps of it causes the Skyvers to twitch and look around. As they are doing so, Claudette would see that Lonhu has positioned himself just beyond the Skyvers. He takes out another little paper card and flips it briefly in your direction before flipping it back, and it reads, "Come behind the bar," and then another one, "Things getting hot soon, I think."
But she will, in fact, follow instructions.
Pushing open the bar heft, Lonhu passes by busily under pretense of making more drinks, and he says, "Trapdoor just behind me." And then on his way back, "Go there if you're worried."
I may have things handled for the moment, but I do appreciate a good getaway.
You see that with his foot, he smoothly opens the trapdoor such that it is easily accessible.
Oh, lovely.
He continues to
She
mix
is
drinks.
going to.
Yep.
Yeah, no, she's going to, as she walks back to her seat, just ever so slightly, just use one finger to sort of brush just this underside of his chin, uh, grab the nearest fruit from the bar, and walk back to her seat.
Easily done. You feel the stubble of a late night as you pass by. And Malai, now with
Yeah, so
all
now
of the Skyver's eyes on you, you can see that almost immediately Rook tenses up. And you can see that he brings up his hand, goes, and you can see that the furthest Skyver from you pushes out their chair and gets their feet and starts to hurry out of the bar. But the others stay.
This is fun. I would like to try and extend my catalog, and I would like to try and extend it to Justine's the coins that she wears.
Yeah. How do you want to do so?
And I
Well, the
I would
drumming
like
is
to...
in line with her song, so I guess
Yes,
that's your hope.
that's what I was gonna say. And what I'd like to do is they've been focused on the dance. I'm refocusing what part of the dance they're supposed to be looking at. And I'll do it with a little bit of a sort of, as I do sort of like a quick like sort of like flick out. I will again once again wrap the chains on my coat to get that same metallic clink to focus them back on the metal. And as I do, I will sort of do a little bit of a lean forward and point for just enough to sort of, again, that same finger that I've been using as a focus, point them back towards Justine's coins and say, Tell me, children of Reuben, what does she have to give her neighbors?
And you hear a hiss. You hear them gently mutter to each other. And you see one of them slowly turns to you. And then looks to you, and then back, and then looks to you, and then Ruck looks to you, and then pushes some of the others out of the way to get his face very close to yours. I see something there. What does she have there? How did you know?
At this point, he hasn't looked at me much. I'm going to ooh, okay, and just say, yeah, with a sort of a signal to Justine. I'm at this point I'm just going to hit into a drum roll.
Yep.
And say something that was yours, that ventured far away, like you have. Why? Why would it leave its home?
His eyes bulge, and he sticks his face right up into Malai's and says, I think you have talked enough.
And I'm going to respond with fun fact.
Oh, before you fun fact,
Yeah.
Malai wouldn't see this, but Claudette would see that underneath Malai's chin, the Skyver has brought out a small lighter and has lit a flame right under his chin. Kind of like if you turned a knife and put it on someone, you know?
Okay, now Claudette is going to react. Seeing that, she is going to walk up beside him and just using the ability, and hopefully it's just the once so her mouth will stop bleeding. And she is going to, having watched what Malai was doing and using Justine, she is also going to use her fingers and try to make eye contact and just look at him and go, now is not the time for violence. Now is the time for knowledge.
Malai, what was your fun fact?
My fun fact was going to be looking, because at this point he's looking here.
Yeah, he's right.
So
in your
he
face.
can't see that my mouth is bleeding. And as I'm going to effectively just sort of open my mouth and let the blood just down that I've been sort of holding in a little bit. Bloody tongues in my favorite chair. And say, yeah. It will warm your soul off your chest. I'm hoping that the hypnosis has been enough, especially paired with this, to get the reason.
He paints. He pants, and his eyes flick around, and he says, "You've seen the dandelions, have you?"
I'm going to lightly sway the way a dandelion would in the wind.
They take to the air and fly away. But it could not fly, that one. It's very, very dangerous. And you brought it here because you knew, didn't you? You knew.
I'm going to lean in. I'm going to not put my nose to theirs, but I'm just going to say, I know its affinity, and I will make sure that my last act as a burning man is to... And as I do that, again, keeping a locked stare through their vision, and as their eyes flick, 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 I match their flick, flick, flick so that they can't escape it.
You hear one of the others say something in their language. He starts to respond. He says sharply. And Malai's eyes are locked in, but Claudette would see that the furthest Skyver from Malai has broken vision from him and is lighting a fire in their palm. You see that they have like a little, like almost a little Spider-Man dispenser that shoots out a little jet of flame.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. She doesn't want the guns to come out because she doesn't want to start shooting this place, but she is going to let them know. She's just gonna undo those bottom two buttons and just, you don't want to do this. She's not gonna say it, but she is gonna make eye contact while showing off her pistol.
The one that has the little fire jet looks at you, looks at your guns, and slowly starts to step out of their chair. They're moving to the side. They take one step and they say, You're not so good with that to stop a fire, are you?"
Oh no, she's taking him down. She will she's going to aim for his wrist, like the actual wrist, not the machine, to sort of shoot through his wrist. With trick shot.
And is this like a immediate grab, draw, fire?
Oh yeah, yeah, all one fluid movement.
What are you bouncing off to get the trick shot?
She is going to use Malai. She's just going to sort of barrel roll off of him, but they're both standing, so it looks different. To just get closer to this guy.
Oh, I see. And so this is almost a point blank shot into his wrist.
Yes.
No trick shot necessary in that case. And as you do so and roll into action, he starts to jet the flame out brighter. It becomes like the length of like a long dagger. But as the shot goes off, there's a pause. People gasp. You hear a scream from Rosetta. And you can see that he looks The fire jet is still going, as a hole has appeared in his wrist. You're standing close enough that with a lunge he could grab you, but for the moment he is frozen in place.
She's just gonna fire off another shot to put him down. She's
Where?
close enough to be able to get into, like, right in the chest.
Yep. And he gasps and starts to go down. And as he does so, you can see that he clenches his hand, and there's a like a shooting noise as the device on his arm launches off of his arm, spewing burning fuel everywhere.
All right. Just gonna hop behind the bar and just grab just like a glass of ice. Just gonna look at Locke. I'm so sorry, darling. And she's just gonna kind of grab the entire tray of ice and huck it at where this thing has landed.
Immediate follow-up actions from Malai and then from Justine.
I have a question about catalog because
Yep.
catalog is active. What can it tell me about this man's mental state right now?
He is frazzled. His mental state is not the strongest at the best of times, and on top of on top of multiple stresses, not getting what he wanted, not meeting the person he wanted, now being faced with you, now feeling like he has revealed something, now hearing a firearm shot, he is as frayed as he can get.
I don't have the time to try and refocus him. We are face to face. Here's what I'm gonna do. We are literally face to face. If I'm gonna go down burning, I'm gonna go down burning no matter what I do, and I will bring him with me. Because they are covered in oil, and they clearly said they don't want other people smoking near them.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I would like to jam my tongue into his mouth as I use catalog to draw the blood that has been falling out of my tongue back towards itself where it's supposed to be, effectively wrapping his tongue in it, using a momentary surge of manifestation to try and push that hypnosis past the point of hypnosis into coercion, into tell me.
What's your arcane?
It is nothing, but I hope that it is regular, but I hope I have enough hold and enough focus that's enough for it.
If in doing this, I'm just throwing this out here. I don't know if the spell is still working on me or not, but if there's still blood in my mouth, Claudette will do the grossest thing she's ever done and spit on this man to help Malai with this action.
And in that case, Claudette, spitting blood, is grabbed up
the blood!
by the... You want to trick shot your blood?
I mean, yeah, kinda. if you'll let me, yeah.
Because that would let it bounce off of something without blood, like, splatting, and then get into a place where it can be... Yeah,
I
that.
absolutely would. So I'm still behind the bar, because I have it, like... So what I'll end up doing is I will hop up on the bar almost like a saloon girl, and like, because I'm sitting backwards, I will spin and then just because he should be close enough, and then spit the blood off of the nearest light, and hopefully it'll shoot down.
And the catalog grabs it and swoops into Rook's mouth as Malai's tongue grabs his. He gives a horrid scream, tongue-tied for the moment, as blood pours into his mouth.
Literally tongue-tied.
Yeah, literally tongue-tied. He gurgles and splutters and then falls to the ground as your tongue is pulled, like ripped out of his mouth. Ow, but not the worst thing in the world. Sore tongue, not the worst. And he is literally grabbing his mouth, choking and spluttering and spitting out blood that is not his own. But as that is happening, I want to hear quickly from Justine before all hell breaks loose what she wants to do.
Okay, well, the second slow song is now coming on, and this is usually when she goes out into the audience for interactions and collecting tips, and she hears a gunshot.
Yeah.
And she's starting to see chaos. So she reaches in She has no frickin' idea what this pig ingot is. The pingot, the discus, the flubby little coin. She still has her ice in her cup. She's gonna dunk that thing in ice and put it up over her head and, like, lock eyes with Maxime and kind of like, get the fuck out of here. I really do still love you, is in that look.
And as the gunshot goes off, people start to pour out of the bar, scrambling.
Oh, good.
The fuel cell goes spewing out over. A few people get tagged by it and start to burn. And as she finds Maxime, she sees that he is rushing in to the bar.
Chad.
Now,
My poor sweet idiot.
as he is doing
Unless
so,
he's part of this, then he can die.
as he is doing so, couple things happen at once. First of all, Malai, you are tackled by a Skyver. They lunge straight up into your chest and knock you off of your spindly legs towards the ground. But at the same time, Claudette, from your position up on the bar, you have your legs swept out from under you by a Skyver who is directly below you.
Fair enough.
As you are tumbling down towards the bar, how are you going to take the landing? What do you want to immediately do from there?
If he's taking me out at the legs, I'm gonna try to land on my back with pistol still in hand. So when I hit, the impact will help me fire my gun, because that's what he gets for being on top of me.
Yeah.
Bullet in chest.
Now, the shot is wild, and it doesn't hit clean in the chest. Instead, it pings off of one of the big heavy metal plates that they have as part of their outfit. And he responds by plunging his fist down into your chest and igniting the fire knife that is hidden in his wrist. And you feel a searing burning start immediately at your sternum.
That is a mistake. I'm wearing bullets as a
Indeed. Bandolier.
as a corset. Somebody's getting shot.
And
Whether it's me or it's somebody is getting shot, because they're just gonna go wild. If he's trying to stab me, they're gonna go off.
3 bullets go off. One of them goes right over your nose and snaps your glasses.
God,
No!
now I'm
Additionally,
mad.
you hear a smashing noise, and then the weight on top of you falls off as Lon, who broke a glass over his head, and pulls you off of the bar to behind the counter.
Thanks, darling.
You see that
Sorry.
for the first time since you met him, he actually looks scared. And he says, we need to get, are you going to be all right?
I'll be fine. I'm trained for this. It's just a little bit smaller of a space than I'm used to. You need to go.
And as you say this, he smoothly steps under the counter to be out of the immediate firing line, but doesn't go into the trapdoor. And as he does so, a Skyver leaps on the table behind you and throws a handful of what look like sparks down, all over you behind the counter.
At this point, I'm just annoyed. Go! And I'm gonna hop up from where I am. Let's see, what am I using? What is my other gun?
As the
Hold
sparks
on.
hit you, by the way, there is a sudden brilliant set of flashes, and you are knocked onto your back again as the sparks explode in your face. The wind is knocked out of you, and you are blinded as they go off like flashbangs in your eyes.
Oh,
The
son
world
of a
is hazy
bitch.
whiteness for the moment. But, Malai, actions as you are being tackled.
Where's this person's face?
And
And what's the like? I'm tall, so like I'm going back.
Their face is like on your right side as they are slamming you around the chest, knocking you onto your butt.
Cool. I would like to take this glass vase that I have and smack them in the ear. And as I do, I'm already bleeding. I want to try and push a shard of glass into them. And, like, it'll get me too, and I'll do it with a. Ah!
Do you have a might stat?
No, I do not. I have a regular stat.
In that case,
I
your
might.
bonk is not sufficient to break the glass. This is a
What?
big glass. And because of that,
Oh, that's fine then. I don't need to
yeah.
break him.
And in that case,
Now I have a
it
bludgeon.
gets a very good bonk. However, since their head is kind of tucked away and you have to bonk in like this, it's not fantastic leverage.
Well, I'm down.
Their
So
head
since
is
I'm
like to the
falling back
side.
as it. Oh, in that case. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. This
Yeah.
is fine. I will.
I think it's still a
still
good
str-
instinctive reaction to bonk. It makes
Yeah.
sense, yeah.
Yeah. And as I'm falling, I want to try and use that motion to sort of torque myself a little bit so
Yep.
that like we're more on our sides than me on my back.
As you do so, a second Skyver leaps over this one and grabs you by the shoulders and starts to like bash your head against the floor, saying, "Stop, creepy voice! Stop, creepy voice!"
I'm going to spit blood in his eyes.
And it gets in his face, and he goes, "Yeah!" and starts to wipe it off with one hand, the other still holding your shoulder.
The other holding my shoulder. I'm long. He's in the process of wiping. I want to try and jam a thumb in his eye.
And as you get a thumb up and get it into his eye, you feel a searing pain in your side.
Okay, that's not fun. To which I'm going to. His catalog's still up.
Catalog is
Or is
about to
it-
go down.
Cool. This is what I'd like to do with with this last scream. I would like to catalog so that the flame retardant wraps me up.
Oh, you meant is catalog off cooldown? I thought you meant is the active duration for checking catalog
Yes.
still up? It is not off.
I thought
cooldown.
it was. Oh, it's no. Okay, so it's not even still active. I don't have the last dregs.
You do have the last dregs, but not in such a way that you could grab something else like that.
Okay, that's fine. So it's on my side.
Yep, same side that his head was on.
Which side?
So your left.
My left. Cool. I want to try and pull this person down into them to just knock them off.
And as you are doing so, Justine, actions from you. Maxime is hurrying through the crowd towards you. Small fires are starting to start across the ground.
Was there any reaction from me dunking the flesh coin into ice?
Two things. One, you feel an immediate strange sensation from the flesh coin, so to speak. It's not a sound. Well, maybe it is kind of a sound. It's an eerie whistle. That's the best way I can put it. It is a whistle from the coin. And additionally, the Skyvers are fighting, but there's one who isn't. Ruck, on the ground, clutching at his face as other people's blood drips out of his mouth. He's screaming and wailing, and when you dunk it into the coin to the water, he says, "Yes! Yes! We brought it! Try to get rid of it!" It yearns for new homes. It tries to spread. Dandelions spread like weeds, but it is not. It is fire. It hurts.
Cool.
So was that all the information we needed?
That is to
Pretty
be
much.
determined.
I mean, in Justine's eyes, yeah, that's all we needed.
Well,
We
I
needed
mean,
to know
really,
the
we
why.
just need that one, right? Like, I'm allowed to kill the rest of them.
And
I mean,
That'd be great.
what would Justine like
I'd
to
love
do?
if you killed the rest of them. Especially
Right.
this one.
Where... Okay, so brief refresher on the layout. So the stage...
Has some tables between it and the bar. Then there's some other tables and like a long, like wall-built counter off to your left. Exit is off to your right. Malai is on the ground in front of the bar. Claudette is on the ground behind the bar. Maxime is running from the entrance over towards you. Other patrons are fleeing.
Okay. And so the exit to the right of me is not the space that Maxime is coming from.
It is the
correct?
space he is coming from. He is coming
Okay.
from the entrance over towards you.
And according to my map, was there a fire escape from the bar?
Yes.
All right, cool. I'm going to yip, like do my little coyote yip,
Mhm.
and book it for the fire escape.
What's your vitality stat?
We got a +2.
Awesome. In that case, there would be a good number of patrons who would hear your call and turn from the intended exit over towards the fire exit. The door is one of those ones that sounds an alarm when you open it, and as you start, an alarm goes off. Maxime rushes up to you. He says, "What on earth is going on in here? Are you all right?"
I'm fine, darling. As you can see, my compatriots may not be. Um, would you mind holding the door, but stay on the other side of it? I do not want you to get burned.
And
Believe me or not, I do love you. I never stopped. But I've got to help my compatriots.
you can lie to me later. And as he says this, he grabs
Love
a
him.
fire extinguisher from around the corner of the door and goes rushing in back to the room to try to put out some of the fires.
Oh, my sweet, sweet, dumb hero of a man. All right, I'll follow suit. Yeah, and find me a fire extinguisher too, because there's got to be more than one.
Uh,
And I'm
luck
gonna
stat?
turn it on a skeever.
What's your luck stat?
We got a 3.
Oh, yeah. Do you want 2 fire extinguishers? I got 2 for you.
Yes, please. One
and
for each hand.
with dual
I'm
wielding
going
fire
after
extinguishers.
skivers.
Are you running over to Malai, who's closer, or Claudette, who's behind the counter?
I'm gonna go for the closest one because I can see, and
Absolutely.
he seems to be in dire straits with 2 people trying to make out with him.
Help!
And in this case, where are you trying to extinguish them? Are you trying to do like where the wrist fire blades are, or elsewhere, just in general?
Well, I've heard that you're really not supposed to squirt fire extinguishers in people's faces because it could like suffocate them or something. So that's what I'm going for. I'm going for money shots.
And
I hate that I am in the firing line of that too.
and
Not
Malai,
again.
you're suddenly doused in a strange smothering cold. You hear yelps and bellows from the skivers, but as you are doing so, Justine, you hear from over your shoulder Maxime say, "Should they? Do you need me to take them out?"
Help!
Do what you can, darling.
And responding to this, Maxime takes out a long nightstick, telescopes it out, leaps over, and bludgeons one of the skivers in the back of the head.
Yay! I love it.
The other one goes down a moment later. But as that is happening, Malai, you are in substantial pain and cannot see because of fire extinguisher foam.
I know what direction I was going. I'm fast. I'm going to just like and just start like full speed crawling away. The
Yep.
Enclave will keep me from dying as long as I can leave.
Justine sees Malai is bleeding from the head and also has a horrible burn in his side. His clothes were on fire before it was put out.
Thank you.
Hey, I did good.
Now, Claudette, actions from you. You've been blinded by the spark shower. What do you want to do?
I am going to. Is Lon who's still near me?
Yes.
Great. I am just gonna reach for that stubbly face and I'm going to kiss him and I'm gonna use that to calm myself down so I can use standoff.
Ooh. And as you do
Hey.
so,
Goated.
though you are blind, you find his face and you find his mouth, and you feel the tiniest little from him before he calms. And then you hear boots land on the ground on either side of you, and you hear the panting of the skiver. Standoff is active.
Right. She's very calm now. She may not be able to see, but she's very calm and that's okay. She is going to slowly stand because now that standoff is active, they're not going to attack her or him because she's going to kind of keep herself in front of them.
Lanhu's helping you stand. Clearly your blindness is visible. As you do so, he says quite calmly, "You have not yet paid your tab." The Skyver pauses a moment and says, "Shit! That does not mean we will be banned, will it?" Sounds hesitant. And Lanhu says, "I think you have other..."
Setting this place on fire. You're
Yeah.
banned for sure.
Lanhu says, "I think you have other issues in that regard." And the Skyver says, "Not my fault. Shoot first." And Lanhu says, after a moment, "She shot first, but she doesn't have a tab." The Skyver...
I can't see, but the look I'm giving this guy is like, I see your problem. You still owe him money.
The Skyver pauses again and says, "We good. We good. Bye-bye." And bolts.
Is he leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate. I was hoping to kill more of them.
Lanhu says, "Do you want to?" And you feel him take your hand.
Absolutely.
You feel him point your hand.
Oh, hey, I am trusting you to not be shooting civilians, sir. Yeah, and I will just allow him to guide me. I can hear homeboy on the floor crawling away, so I know he's not in any sort of
Yep.
danger.
I'm
Justine, are you jingling to make noise so I know where you are?
Yes, Justine is very, very audible.
Okay,
Very
great. So I
audible.
know where. Perfect.
And you also hear the
Then I'm good.
steel-toed shoes of the Skyver, and then you feel Lanhu squeeze your hand.
Yeah, we will do this together. It'll be lovely first date.
You hear a screech. And Lanhu drops his hand away from yours. And he says, "I've never killed anyone before."
Technically, you still didn't. That was my finger on the trigger.
careless whisper in the back.
And he says, "I maybe should not let it be so, but it will help me sleep better at night." Your vision is coming back. The world is in like opposite relief, where light is dark and dark is light. It's hazy and uncomfortable, but the room you come to see, and Justine sees as well, is one where the Skyver threat has been eliminated, at least for now. Justine would see that Claudette has a horrible burn in the direct center of her chest. You can see that it pierced the corset that was there as well, and also went straight through her coat, though the coat did not catch fire. It got all the way to her skin and left an awful mark. But she is standing. Her eyes are also strange and hazy, though they're clearing up. Malai has scrambled away. And in the midst of all of this, with Maxime standing on his back to prevent him from moving, is Ruck, collapsed on the floor, sobbing and like yowling and gouging his fingers into the tile.
I'm just gonna, just in case there's more fire that I don't know, I'm just gonna shriek out, "The air conditioner coolant is flame retardant. If it can't be controlled."
Claudette would see
Ow!
an open air conditioner pipe.
I'm totally gonna shoot that. But where is the guy that stabbed me?
The guy that stabbed you is the one who was getting away, but
Got it.
he is across the room,
Oh.
and you see him against the wall, clutching at his back.
Oh, I'm killing him first.
He's put down.
He ruined my outfits. Look at my chest. Nah, he had to go. And then So then, yeah, I will. If I could see it, I will take it out. I will shoot the air conditioning vent
Coolant sprays
to
everywhere.
help put out the fires.
The remaining
So we've
fires
got
were
what?
climbing and crawling, but the coolant starts to put them out.
That was the long game.
And as this happens, all of you feel your Enclave badges ping.
God, what? No.
You do not have to pour it out.
I'm not.
Yeah, no.
I have
I'm
a
gonna-
date with my honey. I have to
Could I
lie to him
trouble-
some more.
Could I trouble anyone for a bottle of vodka so that this doesn't get infected?
And Lanhu is already grabbing it. Malai twitches uncannily as he screams.
Also, if we still have Rook, right?
Yep. Ruck is on the ground.
Great. I'm gonna kiss Lonhu again, and then I'm gonna go. I'm not quite done working yet, and I'm gonna walk over to this guy. It's a lot of damage that happened because of you and your friends. If you would like to see another sunrise, you're going to tell us everything we want to know.
I will tell you. His face falls and goes slack. You hear a roar and a whistle. And fire erupts from his mouth and his eye sockets and his ears.
I hit him with the fire extinguisher.
Only because there's already fire extinguisher foam around him and coolant pouring down from above does he not catch a lot of the room back on fire. Claudette is almost caught fire herself because she was closest to him. But as he does so, he shudders in place for a moment before collapsing with his body charred and lifeless, smoke emitting from it.
We're not getting paid for this, are we?
No, I think we're getting paid quite well, actually. Justine, a minor question.
Oh.
Do
Darling?
you still happen to have that coin?
Oh,
I'm
of
going to make sure
course.
that it's very far from here.
Are you taking it back to Enclave HQ for further research?
But I was hoping mostly to take it to my vaults, where nothing would agitate it. I'm sure that they can take a look. I've lost a lot of blood. You are a phenomenon.
Oh.
Kind of
I've
just
been bleeding. I pass out.
shove the cup in his pocket and badge him home.
Yeah.
Go. Go. You go. I have a little conversation to have real quick. And I think Claudette has a little making out to do. So
Maxime has leapt away from the body when it caught fire, and he stares at
God.
it before looking back to you and says, "What horrors have you involved yourself in?"
I told you, darling. I got myself a side job.
How are you smiling?
Because she's the only one who
This
didn't get hurt.
once. And that's typical. I'm enjoying this. Don't you remember? We talked so much about going and adventuring and seeing what all the world has to offer. So I took it. I changed when I left you.
This is adventure?
Well, it's a job now. The first few times it was adventurous, and I still don't prefer violence. Sometimes It's necessary and unavoidable.
Mm.
But let me tell, when I next have a down moment, I do want to spend time catching up with you.
Mm. I will
We
not.
both have lived so much in the intervening years.
It is
I could
true.
tell you about the children that I've saved.
Yes, yes. I will not hold my breath.
Oh.
He says, I doubt very much you will have a down moment.
I schedule them in.
Prove it.
I will. I need your most current contact information, and I will see you at my next performance. And after that, I have a vacation scheduled.
He hands you a business card. You see that
She
he's
takes
working
it and
private.
tucks it.
You see that he's still working private security.
My hero. As always.
Why is it that I still fall for your lies?
Because they're the truth. They are not lies. I know I hurt you. I apologize for that.
No. You
I
seem to
only
be
hope I can make
laboring.
it up.
You seem to be laboring on the false assumption I bear some sort of deep grudge. It's no grudge. I promise.
Oh, no. Of course not.
To be,
But I can see that I have hurt you.
yeah, many things can hurt a man, and they grow from it. He says, "To you, my darling, I say I hope to see you, but I shall not be heartbroken a second time if I do not." Huh?
Understood. I hope you're single.
I hope you
I
are.
have plans.
I hope you are alive.
I will be.
He tucks his
Keep your
nightstick
calendar
away.
open.
I'm free all decade.
She just reaches up and just cups his jaw.
He looks like he wants to push your hand away, but doesn't, and says, "Hopefully, I do not have to wait more than that."
Oh, you won't even have to wait a month. I
Sure.
will be in touch.
He strides out of the room. Will Justine ping out?
After she stares at that magnificent booty, give me a good 10 seconds to remember, and then boop,
Especially wearing
off I
slacks
go.
now.
Oh, yeah, he's looking really good. The ears have been nice.
Much better put together. And finally, jumping over to Claudette. After Malaya is being pinged out, what would you like to do? Justine is speaking with the man you saw her speaking with earlier.
I'm gonna let that happen. And I'm going to go apologize properly to Lon who bought his bar. Cause it was not
This was not the way it was supposed to go.
I wasn't trying to set anything on fire tonight, I swear. I wasn't even really trying to shoot anybody tonight.
I don't see any fire anymore. He says, plus I do not own it.
Yeah, well, a man's livelihood and all. I should probably get this taken care of, but
He says,
could always wait until morning.
yes. Happy to help.
Yeah, but if he will take her, she will leave with him.
And as he brings you out of the bar, he says, Rosetta. She's hiding behind the jukebox. Yeah? He says, is that first aid kit still in the office? Oh, all yours. He says, thank you. And the two of you make a pit stop by the office to pick up the first aid kit.
Oh, thank God. I mean, it'll be fine later when she gets back to HQ, but like in the interim.
Yeah, this will at least make it not awfully painful.
Yeah.
And on that note, we will end the mission.
Woo.
Woo!
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah.
Hope you guys don't mind us going about half an hour longer than I would have liked. I hope it was enjoyable. Before we sign off, do you guys have questions for me about plot, calls I made, things that didn't end up getting looked into, that sort of thing? I'd love to hear.
Is my ex-boyfriend secretly working for the bad guys?
No.
Good.
He ain't no Skyver. Actually, I had a fun
Is,
plot line with him. Remember I said that one of the performers was like a professional impressionist? That was the guy he was guarding. Other questions?
I think I'm just really curious about, because we still don't know entirely what happened with this town, and I am so curious about it.
Indeed.
This is the second place that that I as a player have been where it's just like, here's this crazy thing that's happening in this town, and there's still a lot of whys left
Welcome
open.
to Enclave,
just
yes.
Just like there's so many plot holes. I hate it.
I will say, if you are interested, whenever you are on a group with me, you can ask your group in advance if they'd be interested in revisiting this plot line, and I will do it. The only reason I don't choose to revisit plot lines is because people don't ask, and I only do it when the focus words lead me to it. But if someone says to me, hey, can we revisit this plot line? I'll do it. So just know that is open. Because this plot line started 7 years ago in a mission I hosted in 2017. I don't know if Lee remembers this. I don't think he was on it, but you may have heard about it.
I've been told about it.
Yeah. There's
It was a couple months before I started.
Yeah, there was a couple. There was even another piece that was earlier than that too. So this is a story that I've worked at for a long time, and the focus words reminded me of it.
So much excitement.
Yeah.
Indeed. Do you guys have any other questions? I will say, for my end, I absolutely fucking did not intend to have two characters get romanced on this thing. That was just not anticipated.
Hey, 3, I also got a kiss.
That's true.
That's right. All of us got kisses.
Yeah, that was wild. So yeah.
We all getting it. Unfortunately, I got stabbed.
Yeah, Malai got stabbed by a
so did
fire
I,
blade
so
and had
it's
his head
okay.
battered. So,
Oh,
and at the
poor
very
baby.
least, Claudette did have her duster, and it had to get through her bandolier too. And so she had 2 layers of defense, whereas Malai just got like a fire knife into the gut. So
I have nothing. I'm just a little guy. Don't mind the blood.
Yeah.
It's normal, I swear.
yeah, I will say though,
Gotta get you some armor, buddy.
I was like shockingly invested in Claudette and Lanhu. That was out of left field, and I was like, actually, this is awesome. I'm playing into this.
I was not expecting it. It was great. Anytime he pops back up, I'm happy to do that some more because he's lovely.
Indeed. Again, focus words are a magical thing. You can give me fucking Lanhu as a focus word for all I care, and I will do it, right? This is the power of focus words. Any final questions? Then we'll do a quick character review, sign off. No.
You
gotta
caught me
think
with
of a
them
name.
dirty fingertips because I thought it was gonna be more like, when like wizards and sorcerers start to go bad and their fingers start to get black. That's what I thought we were getting into, and then it was like, no, there's just a lot of fire.
Yep.
Okay.
I tried to throw you guys around. Lee, you had a thing?
I just said we need to think of a name.
Oh, good point.
Mm.
I'm working on it. Don't worry. We can sign off in the process.
Yeah. The thing I wanted to say, I want to do a quick character review. I'll start with Malai because Lee's thing is up. I love Malai. There's no character currently in the game like him. He is a wonderful blend of charming, creepy, and wholly unique. And I think that on this mission you played into his strengths beautifully, and your hypnosis bit at the end was actually like spine chilling. It was fucking fantastic. And I
Because
mean,
I know
A1.
you know a lot about hypnosis.
I
I
do,
was like,
yeah.
oh,
And
that's what I can do. I can play off of Robbie's knowledge.
well, the other thing about it too, though, right, is that it's just something that plays to your strengths as well, and the way that you synced it up to Justine's dance was so smart. Like when you first hit me with hypnosis, I'm like, okay, he's not going to be able to get them out of it with that. But then you just had so many things going for you, and you isolated Rux so well that it just made sense. Like it was really sick and very climactic. Loved it. I love Malai, and I thought that him plus these two like very like smooth and sexy women was like the best possible combination. Like
He is the acest ace to ever.
I,
First, he's not even technically gender. He's very much a he's, he's a construct. He goes by he because it's easier for people.
indeed. And Garnet and Kat, do you guys have thoughts on Malai?
Oh, Malai was really fun to play with. As far as Justine would consider, she did say he was the first person that she went on a mission with, part of the first crew that she was with. So, at that, in my little headcanon memory here, um, she just was so in awe of her first mission, but now actually getting to sit back and watch him in action and see how he's grown over the missions. She has like, I wouldn't say a newfound respect, but more respect. And then I don't know if she would have noticed from the stage his hypnotism trick, but if she had, I'd be like, oh, honey, we got to work on a set together because you can get me more money and I'll give you a cut so you quit robbing people.
Yeah.
I have one purpose. Money is not useful.
Now,
Money gets you books.
let's talk Claudette. It's my second time seeing her. What a fun character. She's so level and charming and even, right? And I feel like you do a great job of letting others take the lead, but then actually really following up. It's so easy to play passive and then not deliver, but I feel like you don't play passive. You just like make your plays, but then also ready yourself to cover. And that was really important. Like, I'm sure you saw how necessary it was for you to step in as soon as Malai wasn't able to grab everyone and they started getting freaked the fuck out, which happened pretty quick, right? Gunplay was fun play. Your standoff was sex. That was awesome. I loved it so much.
Yes.
Could not be better. Smart. That's what we call character payoffs. Like, you could have had a fucking elephant falling on you and that standoff would have worked because I liked it so much. Right? So that was awesome. Trick-shotting blood that you spit out of your mouth was sick as hell too. Just fun as shit. Great character work. She's awesome. And I mean, she and Justine are a dynamic duo. Yeah, Lee and
I
Kat,
concur.
you got any other thoughts about Claudette?
Oh my god, such a real person.
Seriously, right?
Like Malai's a character. This is a person. Like everything you did was real and made sense and was so genuine of just like, oh, that's disgusting. Oh, damn, he's hot. Like all the actions you did were just so easily built on. It was just like, oh,
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Extremely real.
Yeah, Claudette's fun. Her and Justine are like besties. I think out of
Absolutely.
all the other feminine coded characters that Justine has had interactions with, Claudette's her favorite. Always looks forward to going on missions. But Garnet as a player, as the human behind the imaginary human, I love playing with you.
I
And Lee,
agree.
you too. This is our second time with both of you for me. And 10 out of 10 would again with this specific group. I love our chemistry together. I
I
feel
agree.
like we all play off of each other very well. And yeah, I didn't go too nuts tonight. You guys kind of did that for me. So I got to just be like, okay, I'm gonna go do my distract thing because that's what I do. But God, that spit trick shot, that was
Yeah,
that was
fucking awesome.
clutch.
I
I loved how you worked your way into the trucker group.
yeah, I was gonna
That
say
was
that
good
was
too.
super clean, easily done. Really, really like made it look easy. I've hosted for Lee probably multiple hundreds of times, and Kat I've hosted
Yeah.
for like I think almost a half a dozen times at this point. But Garnet, as Kat said, given that I've only hosted for you twice now, you are consistently wonderful to host for. Very easy to work with. Get what I'm putting down.
Yeah,
Awesome. I really think that you do well.
thank you. Oh,
Hey,
I
Robbie,
will
you make cool
leave.
missions.
What?
You
Mhm.
absolutely do.
Robbie, you
Oh
make
no, I was just
cool
gonna say that
missions. I just want to circle the
I
compliments. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well,
oh no,
whatever.
I was just gonna say I absolutely love Malay. He's a wonderful character, and it's so refreshing to see someone who's like, I am literally just a guy who likes knowledge. Because when you said please don't let me die, and then I'm watching you do this hypnotist thing internally, I'm like, please don't let you die, sir. You're fine. You're doing this all on your own. And then it was like, oh crap, now I gotta go do this thing because what are you doing?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I know that Lee, with his game sense, knew that was going to happen. Like,
Yeah.
there's
There
no
was
way
no
that
way
couldn't
Robbie
have
was
happened.
gonna let me get the ball. No way.
Precisely.
He'll-
There's no way I would let him do
I
it.
mean, not at all, but it was just like Claudette, it's like, we don't let you die. You're using your talents. I mean, like, you're a little bit off-putting, I think, at first, but so are these guys, so it's fine. We're
Yeah.
good. I'm just gonna keep an eye on you while I'm watching Justine do her thing. And like the three different things, it's like making sure he doesn't actually die, flirting, and watching my friend
I
dance. There's a
know.
lot
Such
happening inside my
multitasking.
head. It's a lot of multitasking,
Wow.
but it was great. It was so nice to be able to see like someone who was just, I'm a scholar. I've been stabbed. This is bad. And then you got hurt again, but at that point I was blind and there was nothing I could do. And I'm just like, I am killing everyone. They keep hurting the people I'm here with.
Lastly, hi, Kat. You're so fun.
Hi.
I love playing with Kat. It's true. Justine's so freaking fun. Like, when I feel like Justine is a tone setter on a mission. When Justine is on a mission, the mission is going to go a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, she is a dominating presence in the best possible way. You
Thank
did
you.
you did the thing so well. You did familiar face, yeah. That was awesome. And I think that on top of that, um, your positioning with Justine on this mission was very good. You did exactly what you needed to do. You got to exactly where you needed to be. Excellent. And you're making even better use of your luck and vitality stats, which is very commendable. Like the character's always been good.
Thank you.
You're leaning into her strengths.
Oh yeah,
It's
lean
awesome
in
to see.
heavy.
Yeah. I think we all know how awesome Justine is. But yeah, Lee and Garnet, do you have any further thoughts about this powerhouse?
I think Justine might be the most reliable character.
That's kind of true.
Because despite
You know
despite
exactly what
her
she's doing.
like despite her like whimsical nature, you know exactly how and when she's going to do the things. Like
Yep.
it's like, oh, yep, that's gonna happen. I can build around that before it happens. Like we could set up and work on it, and then when it's happening, it's like perfect. You've put yourself in the right position at the right time. That is awesome.
Yep. Kind of like when you're driving, the most important thing is other people know what you're doing. Like kind of like that in Enclave too. One of the best things you can do
Justine
as a
is a
player.
turn signal.
Yeah, just is a freaking
Yes.
turn signal.
I love turn
And
signals.
and a well-used turn signal instead of those Minnesota turn signals.
What's
Shout out
that?
Minnesota.
Where it's like half a blink and then they're just changing
They're
lanes.
gone. They're U-turning.
Yeah. Garnet, now that you've
Shout out
played with
Minnesota, we love you.
Justine, now that you've played with Justine another time, Garnet, what are you thinking?
I As a character, I adore her. She's so fun to play off of, but it's just like I can just be with her and we can just be very sensual and friendly, and it's a wonderful, like, platonic friendship that we're building. But also, if she asked me out, I would say yes.
Yeah. I feel like anyone would. It's Justine, obviously. Like,
Not gonna lie.
And
I don't know. My ex doesn't seem to want to take me back.
I had to have someone. Like, someone had to resist.
Yeah, the one who
I
was
mean,
like, "Let's
you're
get married." No. Well, damn.
Yep.
it is like reliable is such a good word, but also like the way that you were just like, are there fire extinguishers? And it's just like, I did not think about fire extinguishers in this place because I was like, I don't know what year fire extinguishers were, invented. And so I'm thinking like they probably don't have that, which is why I'm like, I'm just gonna throw ice everywhere and hope for the best. Um, so it was
I'm gonna
just
look that
right
up.
place, right time with
Oops.
everything. And it's
Excuse me, I forgot to mention,
oh
game sense on dropping the coin into ice water was super fucking good. Tight.
yes.
Forgot to mention that. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Easy for carrying the death coin.
yes, the flesh
Just
coin.
having the sense to be like this thing doesn't like heat, so I'm gonna make sure the opposite is nearby me at all times. And it was lovely, and the way that you were just willing to set the tone in the background so that the things that needed to happen happened before you dove into action was really nice. And I love playing with people who know when to step back in order to let the story happen.
Yep.
And it's
Yes.
such
Fully agree.
that is a skill that not a lot of players have.
I couldn't agree
If
more.
if we were playing basketball, I think that my strongest move would be setting up other players for alley-oops.
You
Like,
playing the right class for it.
let me get you into position so we can tell this awesome story. I don't want to engage with the story with too much violence or, playing in a way that's kind of like a D&D mindset of being a murder hobo or whatever. And this system and the people who are attracted to this system are they make it really easy to play that position instead of having to fight for, well, let's be a little more creative instead of I walk up to the monster and I smack it in the face. Why don't we try
Mhm.
trapping it? I mean, there's nothing in the book that says you can't make a pit trap. Just don't make it magical because then they're just going to get yeeted back up out of the ground once it's over.
I think that's a perfect note for us to sign this thing off. Thank you guys so
Yep.
much for taking the time. You are marvelous as always, and I sincerely hope you enjoyed this one. I guess for any of you who have stuck all the way through, thank you also so much for taking the time to watch. Make sure to check out DDG. I'll get their socials down in the description. And make sure you join the Enclave server if you haven't already. We have Enclave Day coming up later this month, and assuming things go well, which I am quite sure they will, we're going to be doing more of those in future. And let's do sign-offs. In the same order we introduced ourselves. Lee, Garnet, Kat, say your goodbyes. I'll say mine. We'll end this thing.
Thank you everybody for watching. This was super awesome. One more quick shout out. Don't forget to catch us at Rising Phoenix GameCon.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I don't know when this is going up. If it's already up, too late. We were there. We saw you. It was cool.
Oh.
This is awesome. DDG is the best. Such good people. Such good games.
Agree.
Only one more. Have a good night.
Thank you, Lee.
This has been lovely. Thank you guys so much for watching. Check out all of the other awesome missions that have happened prior to this because they are phenomenal. And yeah, it's late here, so it's time to go to bed.
Yep. Sorry. And lastly.
Well, thank you everyone for tuning in and watching. I've been Cheese Cat with the Dice Dragons Guild. You can find me on TikTok and Twitter. That's really the only places you can find me. No, I'm not going to call it X. And I'm going to leave you with the fun fact. The first recorded fire extinguisher was patented in England in 1723 by Ambrose Godfrey.
Woo!
So
Wow.
There
it
we
was
go.
time period appropriate.
There you
Wonderful.
go.
For all you naysayers.
And as always, my name has been Robbie Howell, and ciao for now.